Yep.
It's not working.
All right, I've got to. It is almost 5, so I've got to get ready to transition this over to YouTube.
Oh, I'm having trouble getting my effect on. Green screen? Here it is.
There we go. And we're going to go.
And there we go.
Let's see how we're looking there. Need to move it over. There we go. We are up on YouTube and we are up here on the TikTok. Good, good, good. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Keep tapping them likes, doing all them good things. Over Gavin Waters, nice to see you. Nice to see you. We are getting things going here. If here at the Secular Perspective today, I am your host, Joyful Apostate, and this is our special guest today, Godwin. Make sure to show Godwin some love today as he is special guesting here on the Secular Perspective. We are here every Monday and now Tuesdays as well. Monday, Tuesdays, Thursdays. And we bring you a variety of different hosts. And that is awesome. Thank you, Taylor, for getting us up over on the Deconstruction Junction horizontally, casting over there as well. That is always good. Our mission here at the Secular Perspective is to make sure that all people are spoken up for, that all people have a safe space, and that we don't let Christian nationalism and things like that ruin the world in which we live. But that is it for my opening. If you are a Christian and you'd like to come up to talk to me and Godwin, the guest request box is open, and I look forward to talking to you. Godwin, yeah, introduce yourself a little bit while we're waiting.
Thanks for having me up, Joyful. My name's Godwin. That's because I needed to come up with an online moniker, and Joyful Apostate was already taken. I came up with it based on Godwin's Law, except Mike Godwin himself said he wishes that Godwin's Law could be used more as a reductio ad absurdum. So oftentimes you'll be debating with someone and you'll think of the worst person you can think of and say, why is it not okay for him to do it, but it's okay for your God to do it? So, plus it says God in it, so... I was a theist. I am an atheist now. I would consider myself, I'm not sure if I go agnostic atheist or Gnostic. So I just say I'm an atheist. I was raised Catholic and I sort of got sucked up into Protestantism, the old Southern Baptist variety. But I never went through the process of renouncing my Catholicism, so I'm still a registered Catholic. Both sides would have told me I had to go through some rigmarole before switching, and I just didn't listen to that. I went on some soul searching. I didn't want to join the churches I was associated with. I didn't want to get wrapped up. I started to notice how culty it was, and I had a lot of questions that weren't getting answered. Or not getting answered to my satisfaction. And so I just kept looking and thought I was going to pick a church someday and meet a nice girl there and settle down. I ended up, I am married. My wife is a little bit more like me, where, she likes to live life as well. She's Catholic, but, live life a little bit more too, just like a regular person, And I had doubts cast on me by certain people I worked with that heard the way I spoke. And I really have to tip my hat to them because of their approach. They said things to me that was more like dropping seeds. They saw what was going on. And I honestly think they felt sympathy for me and they dropped seeds. These seeds grew. And it took a while for me to actually start really looking into it. And it all hit me like a ton of bricks when I watched Aaron Ra's 8-part special about how science disproves Noah's Ark, and each part of the 8 parts is a different branch of science. And I kept in my head that if it could still be true if God could have magicked it, but then he'd have to unmagic all the evidence, and that just felt like jumping to too many hoops. So I said, well, maybe it's just a fable. I'm going to go see what the Bible has to say about it. And I read the Bible, and Jesus thinks it really happened. So since he's wrong, he can't be the Son of God. And that's when it just hit me like a ton of bricks.
Yep. That's how it works.
Was there anything for you, Joyful, that hit you, or was it the death by 1,000 paper cuts, as they say?
It was a death by 1,000 paper cuts, but the main thing was what started that was definitely a lot of the same questions we ask other people on these lives. But the biggest thing for me was trying to reconcile Jesus's gospel and Paul's gospel. And so eventually I had to be honest with the text and say, these are 2 different gospels. You cannot make them work together. So who are we going to get rid of, Jesus or Paul? So we get rid of Paul, but then we start looking at Jesus a little more critically because we've already done away with Paul. And then you run into all the problems with Jesus, and then you're just like, fuck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you knew the Bible really well, too. I mean, right out the gate. I didn't get to I did a lot of Bible studies, but you know how those go. They're cherry picking. You learn things in church, and then you learn things. When you start doing your own Bible study, you start really, you think you're really digging into it. But then you start to learn, like I said, those troublesome verses. But you really knew it, huh? You almost started your own church.
Yeah, I helped plant 3 different churches.
Wow. You must feel so guilty right now.
I feel guilty for some things, some really gross things I did as a minister and counselor, especially with like married couples, like things I would renounce now, like not divorcing unless you absolutely have to, and never divorcing unless there's sexual immorality involved.
Wow.
Like very strict. I was a scriptural realist, so I went with what the Bible said, and in almost all facets, and that's kind of what leads you to the problems with Paul and Jesus, is when you're a scriptural realist, you can't have it both ways. So yeah, it kind of falls apart if you take the Bible for what it actually says. We were like poverty gospel. Me and my wife were poverty gospel and everything. We were.
What's poverty gospel?
The Son of Man has no place to lay his head.
Okay.
Be prepared for that. Like, literally, if we had a little bit of money for food and there was a homeless person that asked it of me, because it says if anybody asks of you, give it to them, I would give away the last of our money. Like, that's just the kind, like, I took it very seriously and literally.
Well, you should if it's real.
Yeah.
I know someone who's like that, who lives basically, not even paycheck to paycheck, just basically, takes to heart the story of the rich young man,
Yep.
Give away all your money and sell your property and give the money to the poor.
Well, and he tells them, like, you don't even have set my life goal. You don't even have like the luxury of burying your own family members when they unalive. Like, it's very serious about these things, but I don't know why.
I got a problem here.
Give me 1 second here.
Can you see my background?
I can.
Okay, now if I click, where's the save button? It went away. Oh, down at the bottom. There we go. I'm very new at TikTok. I just recently got on. For anyone listening, I just recently signed into TikTok and got an account so that I could debate theists. I've been watching YouTube for years, and I'm starting to itch for debate. I do enough in chat. I want to see what happens. So yeah, so I'm a noob. I have very few atheist friends. And
Really?
the ones that I do have will hopefully be tuning in tonight on YouTube. Yeah.
My atheist friends are the people here. So
there you go. It's a community, really.
We are having issues over on the YouTube, and I don't know why. It's not... It's showing you on OBS, but it's not showing you on YouTube. Let me see. Is that better? Sometimes I have to read. There we go. I took it off and then put it back on. There we go. Now it's back. Okay. If you are a Christian or a believer in a God, we are willing to talk to anybody as long as you want to talk about something that people that with a secular mindset might have a little different of opinion on. We can talk about the LGBTQ. We could talk about science. We can talk about all those different things. Just come up. We want to have those discussions with you guys. And we want to have real in-depth conversations that aren't just yelling and screaming and talking over each other. We want to have the actual conversations because I think that's how we all learn. And maybe you could convince me and Godwin here that maybe your worldview is a little better than ours.
I am open-minded, to hearing it out. I mean, if I can be convinced, I was convinced on both ends of the aisle, and now, I'm not ruling out that I can't be convinced as long as as there's good evidence at this point.
Yeah, I've been convinced before. So, let's see here. Do I sound okay with my new earpieces?
To me, you do. Yeah, sound like you normally do.
Okay, good. I'm trying this instead of using a mic and headphones. Just using these new earpieces I bought.
Are they the kind that last for a long, long time? Justin mentioned on his show a brand he bought that just lasts forever.
They're supposed to last 10 hours of music playtime. Mm-hmm. And I forget talk time. But it's a long time. It will last well long after my lives.
That's great. I had to borrow a pair. I have 2 pairs just in case.
There you go.
I've got the regular kind.
You'll have that. So your wife is still... Did you use secular?
Yeah. I don't like to talk about my personal life too much online, but she's still and we're fine. I mean, we're still the same 2 people,
Yeah.
And I respect her and her life and her choices and all of that. I'm not out to proselytize. That was one of the things that made me feel dirty was proselytizing. Yeah. The people I was with used to like to go door to door. They'd call it soul winning. And they, try to win as many souls as possible. And I just felt like that's interfering with people's lives. Now, that's one thing, but it's an entirely different thing if you just show up at someone's house party and you're running around handing out chick tracts.
Oh, absolutely.
I have a couple right here. Jack Chick and his chick tracts. Funny story about these. I was getting off public transportation and there was a woman standing out handing those out. And I just so happened to have a folder full of pamphlets from the atheist community of Austin of all of their shows with the little tear-off things with the phone numbers. And so I did a trade with her, and I gave her, Talk Heathen, Atheist Experience, and Truth Wanted. She's staring at them like, what's this? I'm like, well, it's fair is fair. But when you go around at someone's, you're invited to someone's house and you start proselytizing there, you're supposed to do it all the time. I mean, what is it? Matthew 28:19, go out and teach all nations in the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. And you're supposed to do that. So If it's true, you should be doing that. And it made me feel horrible. And it kind of hit me at one point where I just didn't want to do it anymore.
See, I guess my idea of that was different. A lot of my friends believed, and I was brought up that way, but I believe that the Bible was very specific. Thank you guys for hitting that goal. I felt that the Bible was very specific, that if people have already been witnessed to and they've rejected it, that you no longer try to convince them.
You dust Jesus your clothes of them, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, if I knew somebody, most people already know about the gospel. So, for me, I never really pushed the gospel itself unless it was somebody that came to me for advice that I knew wasn't a Christian. I didn't really believe in the going door to door in America. I think that's nonsense. Maybe in a third world country where they haven't heard the gospel, that would make sense. But
that makes sense, though. I see that, yeah.
But it didn't really make sense. It was more for me going out and giving to the poor, going to foster homes, donating, things like that.
Well, that's noble. I mean, that's noble whether you do it for whatever reason you do it. And that's kind of the problem that I see with the religion is they're doing it for that reason and not because it's good. I mean, I watch these shows all the time, your show and other ones, and they never have a good answer as to what is good. They go right to divine command theory. Good is what God says. And I started thinking about it because I remember I was taught that you don't apologize to people because you can't be forgiven by them. You have to be forgiven only by God. So I said, well, isn't that in the Lord's Prayer? And I looked at the Lord's Prayer, and if you really scrutinize it, right after when the Lord's Prayer is over, when Jesus is done reciting it, there's mention of you forgive others because that makes you worthy of being forgiven by God. In other words, you're still just doing it for the superpower. You're not doing it because it's right or because you hurt their feelings or regardless of other people's feelings.
Another issue that I always found in the Bible was also Jesus seemed to preach a works and belief salvation, and so does James and the book of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd John, but Paul does not. James literally says that righteousness comes through works and not that of faith. So your righteousness, according to James, wasn't on faith at all, but Paul's the only thing that makes you righteous is faith. So I think that pushes you to do these things for the reason to become righteous, like you said. It just, yeah.
It's funny that it's almost as if Paul had never read a single gospel. Which he didn't, think. Right? Yeah, technically, as far as we know, he didn't. Yeah, because of when they were written, too, right? So he started writing his stuff before the Gospels were out. Yeah.
Supposedly he was in with the in crowd though, so he should have known.
Right, you're right. Well, I mean, there were so many different in crowds. There's a book. Who wrote it? Ancient Christianities, or I forget. You must know the name of the title of the book. Is it Bart Ehrman or somebody?
Yeah,
something like Ancient Christianities. It's basically all the different sects of Christianity that were around before the church formed. I wanted to ask you: was the book of
the first
James
500
written?
years? Yeah, that's by Paula Fredrickson.
The Ancient
Christianity. Ancient Christianities, the first 500 years. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I didn't even know about that one. No, there's a different one. Got my Bible gateway ready.
That is the one I am familiar with. Yeah, I'm not sure. Guys, keep having them likes, doing all them good things. If you are a Christian, we are looking to have a conversation. We both have a secular worldview. We do not believe in God. We do not believe in the Bible. And we want to talk to you about your worldview and see who's has a better grasp on reality and what is good, what is best for society, and how we move forward as human beings. So jump up in the box. Over on the Discord, if you are not part of the TSP Discord, make sure you are over there. We have places where you can talk to hosts after the lives. We also do a live in there after each live where you can come. If you're friendly, instead of coming up here and asking us questions, you can go there afterwards and we will field your questions there. Yeah. Other than that, I was going to... Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, Christians, call in. Come up. I'm a newbie. You can tear me apart. I'm not sure you want that kind of a show, though.
I'm going to read it, give you guys a little hint of our mission statement at The Secular Perspective. Our community exists to uplift and support atheists and LGBTQ individuals by providing a welcoming space where everyone can be their authentic self. We foster respectful conversation, mutual encouragement, and shared learning free from judgment or discrimination. Together, we aim to build friendships, promote well-being, challenge harmful stigmas, and celebrate the diversity of the human experience. This is a place for community empowerment and positive connection, where every member's voice matters. So if you are an atheist or part of the LGBTQ, make sure to join our Discord. It is a great place. We have a lot of good discussions over there, and you'll have our schedule. You'll have all of those tidbits about us, and you can talk to the different hosts. We have 8 official hosts. Me, the Joyful Apostate. We have Elizabeth, who was here last time. Crystal J. Lobes. Trust But Verify. Amelia. Tiny Smoz. And Spooky. Those are the 8 hosts. And yeah, we're all over there in the Discord, and you can get to know each and every one. We have a bio in there and everything.
I found the book. It's Lost Christianities by Bart Ehrman.
Oh, yeah.
Ehrman.
Yeah. Lost. Yeah, I've heard of it. I've never read anything by Bart Ehrman. Even as a Christian, even though that's the token atheist scholar.
Yeah.
I did not. Another thing I didn't believe in was outside sources, to verify the Bible. I didn't believe that it was needed, so I didn't care about that, or the Josephus or Tacitus. It was just the Bible says so this is how it is.
Yep. You start with the preconception.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You have to start with the presupposition.
Presupposition, that's
Guys,
the word, yeah.
Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 5K as quick as we can. Try to get some people in here so that we can have discussions with Christians. I would appreciate that. Other than that, also, let's see. On the schedule we have coming up, we have... Next time is Lathe of Heaven with the Joyful Apostate, me, and then me with Tiny Smoz. Then me with Amelia. And then we have Lobes and Elizabeth. I'm really looking... And then after that, I am taking the end of December through the first couple in January, but after that, it's Lobes and Elizabeth, then TBV and Spooky, Amelia and Tiny and Candace. And then, so there will be a lot without my face, guys. You won't have to worry about seeing me those days. If you are a Christian and you're in here, come on and talk. If you're over in the YouTube, you do have to, for now, come over to the TikTok. We were going to try to do a call-in number, but the problem is is I don't have the computer capacity to do it. So until we make the funds through all of this to upgrade our computer and everything, we will not be able to do call-in numbers and stuff like that. But eventually we will get there as the channel grows.
That's really cool, Joyful. It's growing.
It is. Mondays are always a really slow night, so we just got to push through, and usually once we're live for about an hour, we'll get some Christians finally flowing through. Usually it's a lot of bantering, the first part.
What does a reset do, Joyful? I notice a lot of you reset the show so that you get people to call in. How does that work?
So it just sends it out to a new batch of people, is all it does. Because a lot of times your live becomes stagnant with just friendlies, and it quits sending it out to people that don't already follow you. So restarting it sends it out to new people.
Cool.
And sometimes, like, I don't even know that we got put onto the PFP today because we never hit over 15 people in TikTok, which is not normal. Usually, right out the gate, we hit like 30 or 40 people, but it didn't do that today.
Well, I'm hoping there's some raids later because there are a lot of other shows that have been on, like, during the afternoon.
Yeah, usually TBV gets when he's on, gets off on Mondays, he's raids. Right, something to look forward to is the end of January. We've got TBV and Jaron, Christ Before Jesus, doing an episode of the Secular Experience together. And Jaron is going to try to do as often as he possibly can. So once a month, once every couple months, whatever works in his schedule. But Jaron should be a frequent special guest. And then the live before that will be me and Justin, the Deconstruction Zone. So it's going to be a good couple lives there.
Yeah, that's going to be great. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to those.
And we have Born Again Atheist and Crystal coming up. Which will be great.
Oh, Born Again's awesome.
Yeah, I love
So is Crystal. Love Crystal.
Oh, yeah. She was my co-host. When I used to do lives on my main account, she was my co-host the whole time. Every episode. And she was just absolutely lovely to have. Jaron and TBV will be great. And I think they will mesh well in a setting like this.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of bigger names coming towards the end of January, which will give us a good boost. Lobes is trying to get the Bible guy to come on with him at some point. So
yeah, I think that's going to happen. I thought I heard Dalton say something about that on his show last night.
I think him and Lobes are gonna do a show together, which would be awesome. Yeah, this is a Atheist Live. We are the Secular Perspective. I am Joyful Apostate, the host, and this is our special guest host, Godwin. If you would like to come up and chat with us, you are more than welcome. We talk about basically anything you want to talk about where you think that our worldview is going to clash with yours, besides direct politics. We do not do direct politics. Latter Day, are you over the age of 18 and are you a believer in God?
Yes, I am to both.
Right on. What do you want to talk about?
So, first off, I want to premise that I come from a background of Christianity that is not really held to be a part of the Christian name.
Mormon?
I am a Mormon or a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Mm-hmm. So I hold a lot more different, like I hold a wider variety of views on biblical texts, the idea of God, as well as prophets. I think that those are three of the big main things that Christians don't like. about our church. But one of the things that I've done is push against Christianity. If I was to leave the LDS Church, I would most definitely become an atheist because nothing else makes sense.
Okay.
So I understand, and one of my things is that a lot of look at this Iron Heel guy. It's funny. One of my biggest problems with believing would be the fact that it is all subjective. I would say that we can look at claims. I guess, would you guys disagree, or would you guys agree with me that evidence is objective, but the perspective of evidence is subjective?
Yeah,
I could concede on that. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, and that's one of my things is, so I don't believe I don't believe in a God that would not give us an objective perspective to evidence and condemn us all to hell because we don't choose to follow somebody's subjective view on the evidence. I guess I don't really have any questions for you guys.
Could I add something to your last sentence?
Absolutely.
Yeah, is not only having a subjective lens on it, the God's religion having subjective lens, but multiple subjective lenses. They're all the variants of Christianity. Each of them, you put them in a room together, and they'll start arguing amongst themselves. As long as their denomination is different. So to add on to what you said, it's even worse when you consider that.
Yeah, would you guys kind of agree with maybe not the spiritual aspect, but a physical aspect of a great apostasy from the first century church? If you guys want me to dive deeper into that, I can.
Do you know what he's talking about? You're joyful. I mean, I have a general idea.
Okay, so the great apostasy through the lens of Mormonism, we would say that starting, not ending, but starting at the time of, I would even say, Jesus Christ's unalivement, we would say that there was this priesthood authority that Jesus Christ gave to his apostles that started to unalive or to just go off from the face of the earth. We would say that there was a lot of false teachings that crept into the first and second century church and leading up to all sorts of false doctrines, we would say, and creating, I think the term is schism, that there was all of these different teachings that, I mean, Godwin, like how you said that through subjective lenses, there's even deeper subjective lenses. So somebody can read the Torah and they can come away with being a Jew or a Muslim, or they can come away from it being a Christian and believing that Jesus Christ was the fulfillment of those prophecies. So when you look at the objective evidence being the scriptural texts, people took it through the lens of their own understanding and their lens of their own interpretation and brought in a bunch of false doctrines, which we would claim to be the idea of God, or the view of the Trinitarian God, or I would even say sola scriptura as one, the closing of God's mouth and not being able to call any more prophets, seers, or revelators, and no more scripture.
Can I put a pin in the sola scriptura and ask you a question?
Yeah.
When you talk about I would just use the tainting of the information in the early days. How would you know what was being tainted and what wasn't? Like, how would you know what the original idea was? Like, what evidence do we have of how could we figure that out?
So, and I guess that's still just a subjective claim, but something that makes the most sense to me would be that while yes, we have transcripts, we have the earliest transcripts stating that I and my Father are one. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. You're not going to be able to get much deeper into that. I would say that the idea and the formulation of the triune God is not found within the scriptural texts. And that idea isn't found until I believe it's 600 BC. I don't remember.
Yeah, no, it is tough dating it all, and you seem to maybe have done some of the homework on that. But even then, some of the dating is a variant, a range, unknown. And I mean, you should see the arguments that you could get different Christians into when you say the book of Job came first or the book of Genesis came first. That's in contention. But I don't know how you would know what the original idea was. There's just so much change, even in just the Torah itself. Go ahead, Joyful. Sorry.
Yeah, I guess that I don't really get how that is going to bring us to Mormonism, because there's so much problematic stuff just within Mormonism itself that I don't know how this history lesson is going to get us to Mormonism.
Okay. All right. So, and sorry, I didn't complete my thought. So with the whole subjective lens, and my subjective belief is that we hold to the idea and belief that God called Joseph Smith to be a prophet of the restoration, and then God was able to not transfer, but give Joseph Smith revelation on some of the things, such as the idea and belief of God. Joseph Smith was able to create scripture, whether you believe that he did that, whether you believe he made it up or not. If we posit that he did, we posit that the Book of Mormon is true. Joseph Smith was able to bring to pass this book of scripture that some will say I actually don't remember what they said, but it's just it's a marvelous book. So we would claim that God was, or Joseph Smith, as well as all the other prophets after him, are able to bring to pass the truthfulness of the message that are found in the scriptural text, the true meaning of those, right? Not a trinity, but we would say a Godhead.
Which brings me to my next point. Do you believe, as like Mormon doctrine tells you, that your prophets are the spokespeople of God? Their words are directly from God?
So we wouldn't say that they're directly from God in the sense that God is using Joseph Smith as a megaphone, but we would say that Joseph Smith was able to receive revelation and then tells us what God said. So whether that is verbatim, but we would say that Joseph Smith was an infallible human Joseph Smith was a fallible human who was able to give us information that was fallible. So it's a faith thing.
Oh, okay. So he could give you fallible information. So you're admitting that Joseph Smith could have made all this shit up.
Absolutely, and that's why I said it's a subjective claim. I choose to believe in God, and that's why I am a member of the LDS Church, is because no other Christian denomination is able to answer the questions that I have.
Latter-day, can I ask
racist?
Never mind.
What was that? Sorry.
I said, so what, like, I want to know what questions they're answering. Like, are you a racist? Do you think that black people shouldn't be seen as equal as white people, like Brigham Young said? Or
no, I believe
what questions are answered?
I believe that Brigham Young was a fallible human being who brought into the gospel his own doctrines, and I do believe that those were false. Also, the curse of Ham was received into the LDS Church and later changed into the curse of Cain through historical record. I would say that one of the biggest questions that I have in Christianity would be, why is it that we claim to have or follow an all-loving God when we look in the Old Testament scriptural text and we don't see really that all-loving God? And that's one of the things that Mormonism is able to answer, is that we don't hold the scriptures to be the infallible word of God, and that some of the things that may be attributed to God aren't actually from God. That those things may be, I'm a prophet, and some kids were making fun of me, and I turned around and I seen them get mauled by a bear. Therefore, I'm going to say, because I'm a prophet, that means that God helped me get back at those kids. I don't think that God did that. If I unalive and get up to heaven and God turns out he did that, I don't know if I would want to truly follow him.
I think the best explanation for that story is they didn't want people to disrespect the clergy. They wanted them to be respected. So they wrote that in to say, see, don't be like those kids. I mean, and that's coming
Yeah,
from my perspective, obviously,
uh,
being a non-believer.
absolutely, and that's why I'm saying that the LDS position would be would hold a higher. Because I hate the Christian cop out of, well, God did it, so it's good. Like, no, that's bullshit, to say the least. I'm sorry,
Latter Day,
I love TikTok
were
stuff.
you raised LDS?
Yes, but at some point in my life, I was only maintaining church membership because of my parents, and I wasn't following any of the things. And um, I kind of had like a faith crisis where I didn't really believe in God because of some of the things that I was hearing. And I did some research on my own and came to my own conclusions that of the identity of God and how he would speak to man and how he would perceive his revelation. And the closest thing that I can find to my idea of God and his plan would be through Mormonism.
Do you have any memory of not believing, or were you indoctrinated from birth? Like your whole life, do you have any waking memory of not having a belief system?
Absolutely. And I would say that it was probably in that time, or well, not probably, it was in that time of maintaining recordship
How old were
because of
you
my parents.
when you first started getting, I'm not going
Like
to, lack of a better term,
19.
indoctrinated?
19.
Oh, wow, that late. So you weren't
Yeah.
raised going to church or anything like that?
No, wait, hold on. So I was
Right, there's a
raised.
difference. Yeah, go ahead. You can. Sorry.
I was raised in the church. I went to church. I did all of the things, whether I believed it or I chose to follow the teachings behind my parents' back.
Right.
That was due
Did
to
you
my
ever have a period in
upbringing.
your life when you didn't go to church and weren't told there's a God or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it
Just
was
curious.
amongst inactivity. So I would still go to my church. I would still go to church with my parents on the weekends that I was
Yeah,
with them, and then
but somebody told you there was a being.
yeah,
I mean, you don't have
yeah,
any memory in your whole life of ever not having an idea that there's a being.
yeah.
Okay, just curious. And I wanted to ask you, have you read the whole Bible, or you give us an
No,
idea of how much of each testament you've read and what percentage
I don't.
maybe?
I've read a majority of it. I haven't retained much information other than the parts that I would say, frankly, I want to understand. The
It's a
things
lot.
that really
Yeah, it's a lot to
speak out to
read.
me.
So,
Yeah, one
um, but what would help you with
100%.
one of the statements you had made about noticing the evils done by the super being in the stories is if you were to sit there and read it from the beginning and just say, I'm not going to stop until I get to Revelation, from Genesis to Revelation, you'll notice, because you'll start keeping a tally in here, especially as an adult reading it, of all the evils, you'll start keeping a tally of them, and you'll start to notice that's just way too many for it to be a scriptural mistake or an accident or someone writing into they're bringing their own baggage into the writings. You'll start to see it's more likely, I mean, at least in my opinion, obviously, more likely just cultural norms being of that area and time, not just that time, but the people group, and being written into their story. And you can even see the changes over time. I mean, Joyful can speak to this more than I, but whether or not the Bible is put together in order. I looked into it a little bit. I know it's not 100% in order, but I have an idea that they did a pretty good job with the Torah. I mean, with the Tanakh, putting it in a good order. Is that about right, Joyful?
Yeah, it's not
So
bad.
I've heard that some translations of the biblical texts are obviously a lot more put together than others. Like, it's funny when Christians will bring up Revelation. Like, I don't remember the exact verse in Revelation, but they'll say that we're not able to, thou shalt not add unto this book, right? And that's kind of
Yep.
a proof texting for the Book of Mormon, but in reality, it's just talking about the Book of Revelation. And there's a scripture in Deuteronomy that says almost the exact same thing. So
Right. On
it's
either end. I
interesting.
mean, in the Old and New Testament. Yeah. I don't know. I recommend you try to read through it. Skip all the begats. They were a waste of time, but um, I think it would be helpful. I mean, an honest,
So
look.
it helpful as in, are
Me
you wanting
converting you?
to?
No, just helpful as in discovering the things that you've explained to us tonight, what you're searching for, the type of things
Well,
that
and that's
you
the
want
thing is
answers to, you know?
I have had my answers,
Searching.
had my questions answered. I would say sufficiently enough for me to have a belief, because I mean that's another thing is I can look at the smallest bit of evidence and I can say I'm going to believe, and somebody can look at that exact same evidence and say this is still not enough. So I would say that all the questions that I had pertaining to not close topics, but pretty hard topics pertaining to God and his nature, I've been able to have those answered sufficiently.
Do you have anything joyful? I'm all set. Yeah.
I just want to ask you one final question, Latter-day. And I just like to ask this for fun. Would you think it would be better to drink a beer or kill a dog?
I would think it'd be way better to drink a beer.
There you go. You're a good Mormon. Have a good one, man.
I appreciate it, guys. See you guys.
Take care.
Dude, you would be surprised how many Mormons will choose to kill the dog.
No way.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
Crazy. But
yeah, it is.
But I think he was genuine about like just saying that he believes it because he believes it. I mean, that's fair.
Yeah, that could have gotten into a long conversation about how you pick through the data that you see, and you know, that could be a long road, you know, because epistemology, you know.
Yeah, and a lot of it is like he said, like when the God he observes doesn't fit what the Bible says. That's just a false attribution to him. And I mean, I understand that if that's how you can hold on to this belief and you want that belief, why you do that. I cannot do that. Like the Bible says it, that will have to, that has to suffice. But that's just me. That's me when looking into it. And I just have I used to actually do apologetics against Mormonism. I try not to do an attack on Mormonism itself so much.
Thank you.
Basically because and there are people in here that are Mormon, Latter-day, and I'm sorry, but they are lied to about the past of the church and all that. They just are. I know many Mormons, and they just don't believe the bad things, and that's fine, but there's no point in having the conversation with people just throwing it out and saying, no, that didn't happen.
Right, well, here's the thing.
What do you do with that?
People have been known to lie. Lies exist.
Yeah.
That's a fact. You know, it's not a big stretch to say somebody in a church lied about information in any denomination. Unless you think like it has to be corrected. And he's already admitted he doesn't think it necessarily has to be corrected by God. So
I ain't saying that you don't. I'm just saying that a lot of Mormons, I don't go that route because a lot of Mormons that I have talked to will just discount anything you say about Mormonism. RC, are you over the age of 18 and are you a believer in God?
Yes to both.
Right on. What do you want to talk about with us today?
I think that for a society, when you remove God and you don't have a moral standard, then it just falls apart.
Oh, I have a moral standard, though.
Based on?
What's your moral standard?
Christianity.
Oh, it's going to be based. It's going to be grounded in logic, but it's going to be based in human, free will and well-being.
So 2 men being able to get married is okay in your view? I would take it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't it be? Who's it hurting?
Well, they're brothers and they're adults.
They're adults?
They're not harming anyone. They have the free will. So you, per your word,
the Bible advocates for that.
Your worldview, I'm asking. You're okay with that.
Oh, no.
But you said free will and no harm.
No, it's going to be you can't not impeding on other people's free will
Yeah.
or harming them.
And what
It
about
is
two
harmful.
brothers?
Yeah,
What?
there's going to be a power dynamic in that situation. Any brothers are there is going to be a power dynamic, which would make it a non equal consenting relationship. It just wouldn't work consensually.
There's a power dynamic in every relationship.
RC,
Well,
what if
there's
the
going
brothers never met each other? What if they were living completely separate lives and found out
Oh,
they
I
were
don't think
brothers
it's right.
after they
I
got
think
in
it's
a
wrong.
relationship?
I think a marriage is
Why?
only between a man and a woman.
Yeah,
Okay.
why?
I see. Okay.
Why?
Why? Well, God designed us that way. He didn't
Yeah,
design
do you
us for any other
No, he
reason.
put your prostate in your asshole. Why did
That's
he put
gay
your prostate in
propaganda
your
because
asshole?
there's women that
No, that's
that,
true.
No, there's women that seek pleasure from anal and they don't have a prostate. So that's just literally gay propaganda.
RC,
No.
before
Yes, it
you
is.
go down that trail, what if
So
the people getting married don't believe in your God?
Yeah.
Are you okay with people not believing in your God?
I'm okay with people not believing in my God. I just don't think it should be referred to as a marriage. It should be a civil union. They have all the same rights legally that a marriage would have. They just don't have the right to call it a marriage.
You know,
The only
RC,
difference.
one day I would have agreed with you. There was a day when I was in
Me
the
too.
faith that I would have agreed with that and would even push for it. But now I realize that it doesn't really make a difference, because if you really look into the background of marriage in the Christian religion, the word marriage holds no special value, as I've been told by my pastor. It really doesn't. If you look at the root words and how it's used, and I'm not sure if you care about other cultures besides the Hebrew culture, but it's the same damn thing. It's just a word, and words change. Words
Okay.
change.
If that's the
all the
case,
time.
then what's
Yep.
the big deal of them just calling it a civil union instead of a marriage if it's just
I
a
used
word?
to say that too, but you know what? I think the big deal is you're saying they're equal but lesser. Like from Animal Farm, when they said all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others.
No, I think they
I think
get all
that's
the same
bullshit.
benefits, all the same rights.
Why-
They just don't get to call it a
Why?
marriage.
You still don't have a good
No,
reason for
I
why.
agree,
You
I
just
would have agreed with you, but
But why
I just
disagree
think
with me
it-
now?
it-
If it's just a word and it doesn't
RC,
carry any weight.
you're
Ar-
separating people, and we're trying as a
Yes,
society.
people
we're
are
trying
separate.
We're
Yes.
trying to. Mhm.
No, here's the
Yes,
problem.
people are
What if
separate.
I don't think Christians should be able to get married? What now?
Well, it depends what country you reside in. That would be
No,
okay
it
in
doesn't
certain
matter.
countries.
It doesn't fucking matter. In the United States, I don't think Christians should get married. What now?
Okay. Yeah, it's a fair opinion, but we are a we the people for the people. So what the majority believe,
Yeah.
the government reflects. So
Oh,
you can
no.
believe that. Yes, we the
not
people
like
for the
that.
people. That's a founding principle of the United States.
Yeah, but do you know how many Christians are LGBTQ friendly? At least a third. So you
And that's
aren't
okay
the
that they have that
majority. You
opinion.
the bigots are not the majority.
Well, the majority is reflective of the government. That's what we the people for the people mean. So if most people think like you, that's
Yeah.
okay. Then the government will
Most
reflect
people,
that.
and most people think like me. So
You know, RC, I think
There
that
you go.
Jesus is a religious reformer of his time, because the ancient Hebrew religion really sucked and said a lot of terrible things. It was just one step up from draconian. And I think that he did what he could. Obviously, I'm not a mythicist, but he did what he could in the scenario he was in, and it got him killed. But who knows? He may not even have said a lot of those things. But without going down a rabbit hole about that, maybe if he were around today, he might be siding more with what Joyful's saying than with what you're saying.
Why do you think that?
Well, he would defend the downtrodden or anybody who's in a situation where their voice is not being heard. I mean, you think about it. He was raised in a Israel where they couldn't get power. I mean, if you read the Old Testament, it's about getting power and fighting with the nations around you. But they had no chance. They'd already been beaten down by the Greeks and by by Babylon and all this stuff. So now the Romans, they were huge. Romans were unstoppable. Their entire religion changed to submissiveness. which is great because it led to, a lot of good things like, well, I don't even think that Jesus said it, but he who is without sin cast the first stone. I believe that was like Plato. Someone just wrote that in, penciled it in for Jesus because they didn't have the guts to say it themselves. But I don't know. But what I'm getting
gave
at
a call
is
to action to
Jesus
he gave a
cared.
call to action to the prostitutes, though.
Where?
Why?
He said, "Go forward and sin no more." So it's not that he
no,
was
that
okay
was
with
to a
it.
prostitute. RC, nope.
I didn't
Never
see
once
Jesus
did he
talk
say
to
that to a
prostitutes.
prostitute.
He said that to the. What do you mean, the woman that was
The
going to get
adulterous,
stoned?
an adulterous woman, not a prostitute.
Okay,
You don't know the difference between a
Oh.
prostitute and an adulterous woman?
the adulterous woman cheated on her husband. Then
But
Yeah,
they didn't
that's
have the
not a
husband to prove it.
prostitute.
They didn't have the husband to prove to
okay, but my
the
point
other
is
side,
that Jesus did defend
God-
her, but he didn't defend her behavior. He said, "Go forward
God
and
is
sin no
pro
more."
sex slavery.
Yeah,
Okay,
his
you
general
pro-sex
idea was
slavery?
not
do you
sin.
think that what Jewish people believe is evil?
In sex
I
slavery,
believe
yes,
today
sex
because they have
slavery
the
is evil.
Septuagint. I mean, they have the what's it called? What did they come out with joyful after the Tanakh?
The
Not the-
Talmud.
The Talmud. They developed their religion into a better religion without Christianity on their own.
You think the Talmud is better than Christianity?
Oh no!
Oh, yeah.
I said that better than Judaism.
I do.
You do? Yeah, I don't know
I
much
think it's
about
better
it.
than Christianity.
The
Christianity
Talmud?
teaches that a woman that is abused shouldn't divorce her abuser. Do you think that's a good teaching Jesus gave?
Hold on, you're saying a lot. So you think the Talmud
Yeah.
is better than Christianity?
Yeah, do you think that a woman that is abused should be able to divorce her abuser?
Yeah.
Okay, Jesus did not believe that, but the Talmud does advocate for that. Jesus says that if you do divorce somebody for anything other than sexual immorality, then you have committed adultery. So you have sinned by doing it. So Jesus is saying you cannot. The Talmud says that you can. So that's one example.
And the Talmud is also okay with a 3-year-old getting married to a grown man. If you want to go
so
down
is the
that.
Bible. So is the
Bible-
Bible.
And
The Bible never says anything about not marrying children, nor does
You think that's okay?
it actually advocate
To marry children?
for it. No, the Bible
No.
is the one that says it's okay.
But you think that marrying a child is less bad than not divorcing an abusive husband?
I'm saying they are equal on that. They both.
I'm asking what
can
you
marry
think.
children.
You don't believe in any of this, so you're just comparing two fictional books in your mind. So which
Well,
one do you
you're
think
the
is
Yeah,
one
better?
that asked me. You're the one that asked me if I think the Talmud is better than Christianity. I'm
Yeah, so you
explaining
think
why
that marrying
the
a child
Talmud-
is less bad than a
No,
woman?
you're
Yeah,
dumb because you're not listening. Listen to the words coming out of my mouth. The Talmud, or the Jews that believe that, and the Christians both believe that. So that is out of the conversation. It
Christians
does not
don't believe
matter.
that you can marry a child.
While the Bible does.
No, in the
sorry,
Christianity,
yeah.
the New Testament doesn't. No.
Show me where it says
Show me
that.
where
Show
Jesus
me.
says it's okay to marry a child.
He never says it isn't, and in the Old
he says
Testament it says it is.
He says it's better
So-
to. Yeah,
No.
no, he does.
All right, so here's what we're
Why
going
am I
to do.
being
You're
muted?
going
Yes,
to
he
provide.
does.
Show me the Bible verse. What's the Bible verse that Jesus says not to marry a
Yeah,
child?
I'll show you. Hold on.
Yeah, it's not in there. It's crazy how they don't know their book and they come up here and make wild, wild claims that are
That's
not.
okay. We'll educate them, Joyful.
The Bible advocates for child marriage. So does the Talmud. That's fine. I don't even know that the Talmud does. They might not. But I'm just going to call that a wash because the Bible definitely does.
Matthew 18:6. Jesus says that it's better to be drowned and put to death than it is to harm one of the little children and have them fall.
Yeah,
asleep.
they didn't consider it harming little children to marry them.
That's sexual sin. Yes, it is.
No,
What do you mean?
absolutely
no? Why
not.
are you
Show
saying
me in
no?
the Bible where it says it's sexual sin.
Yeah, where does Jesus say anything about a sexual sin? Jesus
RC's
had
a
that
gaslighting.
whole-
I'm
He had
against
that whole
so
New
Jesus.
Testament.
Jesus never said to not throw stones at old people, but it's implied that that's wrong. Just
No,
because
that
Jesus
was
is not.
something. RC, you're
wasn't
making a mistake.
permitted. That was not permitted by the Old Testament. I'm talking about things that were said explicitly by God where it's okay, and that Jesus didn't correct.
Where does Jesus
All
say
that
not to
time-
pee
all that
on? No,
time
where
to
does
correct
Jesus
it.
say not to pee on old people? Where does he say that?
All that time to correct it, though.
Okay, so
The whole New Testament
if-
to correct
do not
what
come
his
off
father
mute
said.
do not come off mute until I get a chance to get this out. The Old Testament did not say you can pee on old people. So it doesn't matter if Jesus says you can or can't. Okay? Nothing to do with it. The Old Testament God says you can marry children. Okay? You
Where
can
does he say
marry
that?
children. In fact, Numbers 31, he
Where
tells
does he
them
say
to
that?
take all the young... Numbers 31, I just told you, it tells them to take all the young girls and give them out as prizes to the men
The soldiers.
soldiers. The
What-
young
yeah.
girls.
What-
Kill all the
do you
young
think an
boys.
18-year-old is young? I think 18 is a young person. No, an
that's not
18
what
is
it's
an
talking
old
about at
person.
all. They were
You
getting
haven't
married.
18
read
are
it.
old people.
You haven't read it. I can
RC,
tell that.
RC.
Where does it say
What it is-
minors and children?
RC.
Young doesn't mean minor.
Yes, it does.
says
No, an
minor.
18-year-old is a young
What?
I'll
person.
tell you how. It says kill all of the males, literally from babies to adults, all the males, and kill
keep
all
every
of
girl.
the females that have known a man. And
Yeah.
only keep the ones that haven't known a man.
And where does it
that's
say that they're
everybody.
children?
All of
That's
them.
babies. That's everybody.
Where does it say that the
so
women
you don't
are
think there
children
were
within the-
any?
You
don't
could
think
hand
that
them
any
out.
of these young RC? You don't think that there were any young girls that were children in that town?
that God's okay with marrying? No, I don't.
No, that's what
That-
he.
he could have
that's what
said
he
that.
said.
He never
where it
did.
said-
RC.
No, you're implying
Never
that.
said
RC,
Doesn't
you
say
are
it, you're
lying.
implying it.
He had
You're not
8
lying,
at
you're
the time.
implying that.
lying.
That's
No.
okay, you're implying
Okay,
it.
so
You haven't read
so
the
we're
book.
going to mute again because you have to listen. Okay? It says to take all of the young girls that have not slept with a man. All of them. Including the babies. And give them to the soldiers as spoils of war. That's what it says, as a prize of war. You're giving these little girls that are that are virgins, any girl that has not slept with a man, you're giving to the soldiers for sex. This is talking about all girls. That's what it says in the text.
Does it say the age?
It doesn't matter.
Of course
all
it matters.
Girls.
You're implying that they're children.
Oh, so there were no children in that town's what you're implying?
I'm not implying that, but it doesn't mean that they're allowed to
but
marry
what if-
them.
Oh my
God
God. You
could have
Where does it
invented
say
the
God is
listen.
okay with marrying children? You're implying that, you're inferring that, and it doesn't say it. So that's a lie.
It does say it.
It says that
does-
God's okay with marrying children? No, it doesn't. You know
Yes.
it doesn't say that. Show me.
I just explained to
young
in
women.
Numbers 30. Okay, I'm going to mute you
Women.
again because
It said girls. It said
it
females.
says all
all
young.
females. All of
Do
them.
not come off mute or I will just drop you because you're being disingenuous anyway. RC, listen to the words out of my mouth. It says all the girls, not even women. It says the young girls that have not slept with a man. All young girls implies all the way down to infants. That is what that means.
No, it doesn't.
I know you.
No, it
Okay.
doesn't. Why does it?
Well,
why does it
you-
imply that? Why are you saying it implies that?
Because it's war. Because they would just kill them anyways. They killed all the boys. You're not even looking at the fact that they were told to kill baby boys. You're not even looking at that. Just looking at
So
that should tell
disingenuous.
you how horrible this demon god is. You have to read the Old Testament, my friend.
RC, no, I cannot talk to liars. If you want to have an actual conversation and concede that you were lying about what your text says, all young girls means even children. If you say that in the chat, all young girls mean even children, I will bring you back up.
He doesn't know what he doesn't know. You could tell what he's missing. You could tell by the fact that he's looking for anything. If he read it, he would know. He would know by the whole phrasing of the whole story, and you'd be like, oh. Plus, you have to take into account the things God does describe, like how long to grow your hair locks and what the outfit should be. There's a whole chapter dedicated to the outfits for the rabbis. I mean, he had all this space. He could have written one little blurb saying, don't rape young girls. Great.
Yeah.
I got to get used to this. Okay.
and in fact, on my channel, I don't care if you say it.
Okay.
Other channels will, so you may just keep from doing it. But all you have to do to come back up is say in the chat, all young girls include children. That's all you have to say. And then we can continue the conversation. But until you're honest enough to say all young girls include children, there's no point in having a conversation with you. Just, there's none.
He's so indoctrinated, he can't even use his imagination on whether or not, what would happen in a scenario like that. Of course, the soldiers would be like, here, woman, take care of this baby. I'm going to take this 14-year-old,
It is what it is.
Yeah.
What's up,
Well,
fellas?
Is that right, look? What's up?
What's going on, man?
Well, like, if it's talking about what to do with all the people, right? And it says what to do with all the men, all the boys, and all the girls that have not known a man. I mean, is he suggesting that God forgot to talk about the young children girls? Like he just left them completely out of it because it doesn't say anything else? Or maybe he's assuming that all of the children were already not virgins. Like as soon as they come out, they just get fucked or something. And so they wouldn't count. Like how we would get circumcised or something. They would come out and just, I mean, I don't know. We come out and get baptized right away sometimes.
Yeah, he left a lot of gray area. God left a lot of gray area.
All you have to do in the chat is say, all young girls include children, and then you can come right back up. You're in the guest box, and I will bring you directly up. But you have to admit that all young girls includes children. That's all you gotta do. You just gotta be honest for a second.
All young girls. Well, when it says all young girls, Joyful, it must really mean all young girls except for children. That's what they forgot to add, that part, the except for children. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, what's going on, people? I actually just have. Hey, what's going on? I actually just have one question for RC. So if you could let him up for like 1 second and then just drop him as soon as he answers the question. This is something I'm wondering based on the conversation y'all had.
Okay.
All right.
Does it involve beverages?
This is a question I've been asking a lot of people who find themselves in RC's situation. Hey, RC, I got a question for you.
What do you want, black supremacist?
Who are you performing for?
Who are you performing for? The white man?
No, everybody.
You're performing for Jews? Who are you performing for?
Listen, I answered your question. I said everybody. Who are you?
Yeah, I'm not getting my live taken down for that.
You see that? And that's fine. And that's fine. What I wanted to show was y'all are not necessary for the conversation with RC. Y'all don't even have to be here. He's not here for y'all. He's not here for me. He's not here for the chat. This motherfucker is here for two things. Number one, to talk to himself, which he can do in the mirror, or to a therapist. And number two, to go back to the whatever Discord or group of weirdos that he has, to tell them, look what I did. I spoke to the people and I said this thing. I usually tell people like that are not engaging that whatever insurance, right? Whatever insurance that they specifically have, I don't take it. I don't take that insurance. I also specifically, they can't afford to hire me as a therapist. They should go get like a regular therapist. So that's the whole thing.
Well, I appreciate you, Jeff. We got to get together and get you on the schedule sometime to host with.
Yeah, hit me up. I'll like this next year is going to be very content focused for me, so I'll have a whole bunch of space.
Good. We don't have any openings till February, so I'll get when we open that schedule up, I will contact you and see what dates work.
Dope. I'm looking forward to it. All right.
See you, buddy.
Peace.
Nice to meet you, Jeff. Hey, guys, I'll be right back.
Yep. If you guys are not following Jeff, make sure you follow him. He is amazing. If you guys aren't following Godwin, follow Godwin. He is our special guest today. Lobes, one of our official hosts here at The Secular Perspective. I am Joyful Apostate, another one of the hosts here. We have a lot of the hosts in the chat. Guys, we are only at 8,000 likes, and we've been live for over an hour. We need to get them likes up, shares out, all them good things. What do you got, Lobes?
Oh, I was just reacting to you saying we only have 8,000 likes. What the fuck is that all about? We got a nice viewership in here. We can do this. We can do this.
Yeah.
How's Godwin? It seems like he really knows his shit. I didn't really know who Godwin was, to be honest, that well.
No, he does. He definitely knows quite a bit. Definitely knows quite a bit. Yeah, I'm not was not hugely familiar with him. Like, I've got to know him a lot over the last month or so, but yeah, he seems to know his shit.
Very nice words, guys. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All right, he's back. We can continue this conversation later.
I'm brand new. Love's looking good, by the way. Love the lollipop.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I like to lick it sometimes.
He's the eye candy to bring him in.
I equals candy. That's right. Yeah, baby. Yeah, you like looking at it. Luscious lobes.
Beautiful.
Hey, well, yeah. Well, I think we've got him in. I just lured some people. Yeah, it says Lando worked for him. Farrah Leo is calling me Al. I don't know what that means.
Calling you Al.
My name is not Al. Hard candy, exactly me.
Lobes from the beard up.
Look at, yeah, the beard up, right? No, but no. Well, I mean, it's seamless. I mean, yeah, it's seamless.
I think it's legit. I think you literally went to a picture place. They hooked you up with a lollipop.
The haters will say it's Al, but it's not Al. It's legit.
Definitely not Al.
Hard work and dedication. And I mean, I put my blood, sweat, and tears into this. I prayed to God, and He was like, "Yeah, I'll sure. Like, I'll give you some muscles, because if you ask for anything in the name of Jesus, He will do it.
He will.
So, I mean, and that's why I'm a Christian now, because I mean, I put it to the test, and I was like, Jesus, in the name of Jesus, give me abs. It's not gonna work. And then boom, the next day, it was like Tobey Maguire after the spider bite when he woke up. Just like that, I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, okay, I guess I'm a Christian.
Praise
now.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did something
science.
similar, Lobes. I said, anything you pray for. So I'm gonna pray for all the starving children in the world. And I said, nah, I think I want some abs.
Science over on
that's
YouTube.
Well, I didn't think he would do that. He seems to only help the selfish people who do things for themselves and put work in. Like or if we have another explanation as to why he likes to be a little discreet. He likes to do a little Salt Bay dash of miraculous, where it doesn't matter whether he does or doesn't do something.
Mysterious ways.
Yeah, like, I'll heal your cancer if you get a doctor to try to heal your cancer. But if you don't do this, you forget about it. You didn't.
Good doctor. Has to be a good doctor.
It has to be a good doctor. Yeah.
I want to give a shout out to Science over there on YouTube. Thank you for the 179 THB. He says, marriage is not just a word. It is codified in law and comes with more than 1,000 rights and obligations. That's why gay people want marriage. Facts. Spitting facts over there on YouTube. Thank you for that.
Oh, man.
Science is one of our great people over there. He's in YouTube. They are in YouTube all the time and always spitting facts. So I appreciate you.
Is the person's name Just Science, or I'm not familiar with that? Just Science?
No, it's not Just Science. That's all I could see on that. I can't ever remember the rest of their name. I just always think of them as Science. If you're over on the YouTube and you want to have the conversation, you do have to come over to TikTok. Come over to TikTok and we can have a conversation. If you are here on TikTok and you would like to, Bob, if you want to come up and have a conversation with us, you are more than welcome to come up here and tell us all about the freaky sex that gay people like to have up here in the box. Yeah. If you're a Christian, you're welcome up to talk to us about the secular experience. If you're not part of the Discord over there, make sure to go into my bio and join our Discord, The Secular Perspective. We are an all-inclusive, well, I shouldn't say all-inclusive. We are an atheist space, LGBTQ space. It's a safe space. For now, we have discussed some options there, but for now, it's an atheist server, a safe space for people to come. And give me 1 second here. I don't know why that shut off. And I want to say our mission statement here at The Secular Perspective is our community exists to uplift and support atheists and LGBTQ individuals by providing a welcoming space where everyone can be their authentic selves. We foster respectful conversation, mutual encouragement, and shared learning free from judgment or discrimination. So if you need a place like that where you can come vent, we have different channels to just talk about anything. You can make up creator fan fiction. I'm the only one that's done that so far over there, but I find it fun. You can host questions over there. You can host a general chat audio. We have LGBTQ support and all things LGBTQ, where if you're just LGBTQ and you want to talk to other people in the community, you are more than welcome to go there. We have all things Bible. We have philosophy, talking about logic and reasoning. And then we also have the member chats, where you have to be a paying subscriber either on YouTube or here on TikTok, be a super fan. And we have a little verification spot, and then you can get into the member chat only, and also the member kink chat if you're into that sort of thing. So we have some fun stuff going on over there.
Yeah, the Discord's awesome, and it's huge. I mean, you got a great Discord. Discord's just a great app in general, but you guys really fleshed it out.
Yeah, I think we did a pretty good job putting all this together. We have a Meet Your Host, which has a short bio of each of the hosts. We are going to be adding Justin CBJ for our upcoming special guests to it once we get into January, just to kind of push that out there that they are going to be on there, because I think that's going to bring a lot of people in. The bad thing is Justin is live. Yeah. And he's live on Mondays, and that is one of the reasons it is slow on Mondays.
It's slow everywhere else on Mondays.
No, it's going to be Slice. It's going to be TBV, or it's going to be me and Justin together, and then it's going to be CBJ and TBV together the next live. It's going to be pretty awesome. Science Lover, that's what it is.
I have to look them up. I might already be friends with them, but I'll look them up.
Science Lover 999. Yes, Science Lover 999 on YouTube. All right. What makes Christianity in particular false, though? If you want to come up and have a conversation, we can talk about that. We talk about religion. We talk about social issues. We talk about all of those different things. But we tend not to just talk to the chat unless there's something we need to address in the chat. Other than that, we banter back and forth, and we talk about what we are doing. Soon we will be trying to roll out a nonprofit for LGBTQ youth here at The Secular Perspective. So be looking for that. That, I think, is a huge thing that is needed, especially in rural areas where it's more red and churches everywhere.
Less options for LGBT.
Less options.
People.
Like,
Yeah.
even like in my town, I just fought a fight at the school board meeting, keeping an LGBTQ club open. The only club, the only resource in our town for LGBTQ youth. And the churches came after it. Unfortunately, my sister and brother-in-law as well. And so I had to go stand up, and some other people in the community came in there, and I was pleasantly surprised with how many did show up. But we need more things like that. Safe spaces where these kids can go. For sure. My daughter actually is who founded the group, so it was extra important, but I would have been there either way. That's just shitty, and it's not okay.
Too close to home for you in many ways, you know.
Well, yeah, that and
your sister was she I don't want to talk about your personal life on lives either, but did you say that you met her in City Hall, like, or something, when you were not City Hall or
the school board meetings?
School board meetings, yeah.
Yeah,
that's going to be tough.
It wasn't fun. It wasn't a good situation, but we got to keep the club, and all was
good.
Turned out well.
I didn't even hear that news. I didn't know you got to keep the club. That's great.
Yes, we ended up getting to keep the club, and they said no more. They will not be hearing any more about it. It's staying indefinitely, and so that all worked out in the end for us, which I was very grateful for. And for our LGBTQ youth, they need a space like that. And I'm hoping that when we get this nonprofit up and going, we can make a thing at the community center here for LGBTQ youth at least once a week to have a hangout there as well. Because their club's only once a month. If they had something once a week where the big city near us has a place where the youth hang out and the parents get to know each other and kind of support each other. And I think that's a cool dynamic they've got going on, and I would like to incorporate that as well.
You could do a lot with this online community. I mean, I've seen some of the things Justin's done with using his platform to do good. And he knows he has a big platform, and some of the things he does have been just fantastic. Like, wow, yeah, that's smart. Look what he's doing, you know, and he's bringing in support. And I mean, there are many different occasions.
No God needed.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you for getting us up to 17,000 likes. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the shares. If you are a Christian, you'd like to have a conversation, come on up and we can have a dialogue. We can talk about Christianity. We can talk about social issues. We can talk about philosophy and why you believe in God in general. We can talk about basically anything you think your belief is going to clash with our secular worldview. And the only thing we ask is that we don't talk specific political.
Like politics.
Like we aren't going to do red versus blue or something like that. That is out. It just gets too messy too quick.
Guys, any science questions? I'm not a scientist, but I'm a big fan of science, and I keep my ear to the ground. And I like biology. And if you have any, if you're a Christian and you have some disagreements, or you're being told something by your pastor and it's not making sense to you, it didn't make sense to me, and I think I can help make it make sense to you.
I am Joyful Apostate. I am a host here. This is Godwin, our special guest host. I was a pastor for about 10 years. I helped plant 3 different churches, and I was very involved in Christianity until I wasn't. And now I am very involved in doing the exact opposite of everything I was for. So there you have it. I've only been deconstructed for about 3 years now. So there is still a lot of things that I may say that is problematic. I've had to apologize about a lot of things like inward misogyny things that I don't realize at the moment or like things I may say problematic things at times, but I really am trying, and I do not mind people calling me out on my shit because that's how we grow. And yeah, I may say something problematic at some point. I know
Lathe
I
of
have in
Heaven.
the past.
Lathe of Heaven, hilarious.
What
Yeah,
did Lathe
Joyful,
say?
I've been in the. How did we get through the firmament to put the laser on the moon? I've been in the same shoes, where you think things, and, well, you stop thinking them, but sometimes you knee-jerk say things that don't come out right, and fortunately, you're young enough where you could retrain yourself. I am too, but, I sometimes have sympathy for people who have deconstructed really late, and not just deconstructed, but just come into the knowledge that there are other people besides the ones they were taught to believe there only were, there are a lot of different people out there that used to have to hide in the shadows, and we're trying to work together to make sure that doesn't happen ever again. No one should have to live like that. And I think, and I believe I was talking to you about this, Joyful. I had this theory that some people just don't want their world to change. They grew up thinking the world was a certain way, and then they get past the point of learning, and they think they already know everything, and then someone tells them that it actually is different, and they just get angry.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of psychology in what goes into the way we're raised. There's that old saying, I forget what saint said it or what church figure said it, but it was give me the boy at 7 and I'll give you the man. That whole idea is you begin brainwashing them early enough and they'll never get free.
DJ Hot Tub, thank you so much for the $50 for going towards the program. So I appreciate you so much for that. And last time we were donated money by Dawn, and we got the kids at that club games and snacks and stuff. So it is very appreciated. And then the rest just went to the teacher that holds it. But it is very appreciated. Everything is going to be good for not just my community. I want to be able to help other communities that are trying to do the same kind of programs and stuff. So absolutely, thank you very, very much.
Joyful, I love your new logo. That's sick.
Oh yeah, I love that
background logo. I don't know how you made it, but it's beautiful. It's you and Reddit have the sickest logos.
It just I just looked up a apostate symbol, and a symbol of apostasy is what I looked up, and that's what came up, and I was like, hell yeah, that looks good to me. Awesome. I thought it was pretty cool.
I like the triple sickle going like a Chinese star or whatever, like a shuriken.
Yeah. It's a little bit like a pentagram, a little bit not. It's very, I really like it a lot. Bob, I sent you an invite. You said you're back, so I figure you're ready to talk about God. The mic looks like a Hitachi. I don't know what that means.
Is that a brand name of mic? It looks like a Hitachi brand microphone.
Bob, if you come up here, I will answer that question, but you got to come up here. I know we haven't talked in probably a year, Bob. You can't remember how mean I was. It's been at least a year since I've talked to you. On the Joyful Apostate. Not on this live. Crystal J blocked you. I had to pay her money to let you up along with no degree. I had to send her a cash gun if I brought you guys up. Remember? You might not remember. It was like a year ago. But come on up. Let's have a conversation. Other than that, guys, make sure that for people that may have just now come in, make sure you're in the Discord server. Make sure that you're following Godwin here. Godwin knows his stuff, and he's a good person to follow. And make sure that you're in the Discord, because once we're done on this live, all the friendlies that would like to talk to us can come into the Discord. We do a live over there where you can come talk to us. So that is always fun as well. If you don't have a Discord, I suggest you get one. There's a lot of good things in there. You can get our schedule. You can see what special guests are coming up. There's just a lot of things in there that is fun. Y'all letting Bob
come
up.
on up. Come on up, Bob.
Yeah, at this point, yes, I will let Bob up if he wants to come up. I'm going to let Godwin talk to him because I will crash. I will crash.
Is this the fellow we had before, or?
No, he's a different guy.
Okay.
But he's known for making people crash.
All right. Crystal.
Hey, I just figured, maybe if you had a celebrity come up on your show, you would. No, just kidding.
There we go.
We need to find one. Anybody know a celebrity?
Oh, TBV
how are you guys
raid.
doing?
Thank you for the raid, TBV. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thanks, TBV. Crystal, you're a celebrity.
All right, so
Not
Crystal,
really.
for those of you that do not know, Crystal J is one of our official hosts here at the Secular Perspective, and also TBV is one of the hosts here at the Secular Perspective. He will be doing a live in January on the 26th with CBJ, Jaron, Christ Before Jesus. They are going to do a live together here on TSP, and it is going to be amazing. So make sure you're here for that.
Thank you. I heard the call for a celebrity, and since I'm not one, I decided to request that.
I thought you were going to fill the spot.
I was going to, but
great.
as you see, my feet are not big enough for those shoes. So I actually just wanted to yell, TBV raid! And that's all I wanted to do. So
That's awesome.
Well, I appreciate the raid.
You got it. I love you
Nice
all.
to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah,
Love
good
you,
to
Bob.
see you. Have a great show.
See ya.
Kick me down.
So not funny, Bob says. So not funny. Come up
Crystal.
here and you'll see what's funny. You can talk to Crystal. Bob.
Crystal,
I'm sure Crystal.
You
will
might
just drop.
remember. You remember the movie? Crystal? Do you remember the movie Police Academy?
Yes, of course. Yes.
You remind me of Hooks. Do you remember Hooks? Private
No,
Hooks.
I don't.
So she was.
I
Because
really
you seem
don't.
you're so sweet, right? You're so nice. But if somebody gets on your bad side and Dark Crystal comes out,
Yeah, that's
Hooks
not
was the one
good.
who was really, really nice and sweet. And then at the end of the movie, she just started talking like an army sergeant and scared the
That
hell
would
out of
be me.
everybody.
Yeah,
Don't
that
get
would
Crystal
be me.
mad. Yeah, don't get her mad. I've watched your show and it's great. It's so entertaining.
Oh, thank you. Well, I've tried very hard lately to suppress Dark Crystal as much as possible. I'm trying to have conversations. I'm trying not to yell at people, but it's really, really hard when people are bigots and racist and misogynists. It's really hard.
Yep. Yeah. They really do push you though. I mean, it takes a lot. It's not like you snap very easily, you know. Yeah. It's deserved.
They're like, no, release Dark Crystal.
That's awesome.
I just came up to say hi. I just dropped by to say hello for old time's sake. And here's what I'm going to do for old time's sake, just for you, Joyful. You guys, we need to start tapping that screen. Let's get up to 50,000 likes. I need to see that in the next 15 minutes, or the comments are going to go off. Make sure you've done your heart meet, go up, collect all of your points, and then make sure you share out the live with 10 to 15 of your friends, your enemies, or your frenemies. And listen, If you haven't subscribed to Joyful on TikTok or YouTube so that you can get into those secret little rooms over on the Discord, you should be doing it. And you know what I'm going to say? Because you're subscribed to Netflix, Hulu, Disney, Paramount Plus, and Cornhub. And Corn is free on the internet, people. So cancel some of your subscriptions and then come over here, subscribe to Joyful today at the secular perspective, and save money and get more bang for your buck. Good night, everybody.
Amen, Crystal.
Thank you, Crystal. Crystal is my second mom. She is amazing. I told her when she was writing her thing earlier in the Discord that she had to list me as one of her kids. P, I don't know what your name is. Whatever your name is, are you over at the age of 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes to both. We've spoke before, brother.
Oh,
what should we call you?
This is Shark.
Oh, Shark. Okay, you're going to be talking to Godwin mostly. I've kind of took over the last one, so whatever you want to talk about. There's no specific, just anything that you know that our secular worldview is going to clash with yours, and then we can discuss our worldviews, whether it be God, LGBTQ, anything but direct politics. We will not talk about Republican versus Democrat or something like that.
Okay. You know who I am, right?
I don't. No.
Yeah, no
and should I call you Shark, or how do you like to be called?
Yeah, you can call me Shark.
Okay, cool. What would you like to talk about?
Well, I saw that you guys just didn't have anybody up here. Normally I don't come into like panels because I think that spaces online, because of like what Trump has done and the political discourse, creates linguistic terrorism. I'm getting a degree in philosophy. I don't intend to be a Phil bro, but because God is, it's metaphysically robust. I'll let you lead the conversation, and anything that I say that you want clarity, the burden is for me to be able to articulate it in a trivial manner. Is that fair?
That's fair. Yeah, because if you're getting a degree, I mean, you could go really deep, and maybe probably over my head. I mean, I know some philosophy, but so yeah, no, I understand that it jives well with your religion, and so I could see why you would want to go into that. What sort of Christian are you? What denomination, or what would you consider yourself?
I would consider myself a wannabe Christian. I'm an interdenominationalist.
Did you discover all this on your own? Is that kind of how this happened?
I don't know what that means.
You're a wannabe Christian and you're interdenominational. So does that mean that, you sort of investigated Christianity on your own and found it yourself? Or were you always raised a Christian? Or, can you give me a little background on your background?
I was a cradle Catholic, but when my grandfather died because specifically with my grandmother, but nothing too crazy. No bad stories in the church or anything. I became mad at God when my grandfather died of lung cancer in front of me when I was 10. And I think that's where I started to be like, death scary, death bad. And then spent the next 20 years of my life being an atheist.
Yeah, there is a difference between hating God and being an atheist. I mean, some people who hate God still believe in God. They don't not believe in God. They don't disbelieve, Were you a person who just didn't see evidence, or were you someone who
I was 10. Yeah, I was 10 and just confused about death. Why did my grandfather have to die? Stuff like that. I didn't really have life
experience. You didn't have
I didn't have life experience. I didn't have the opportunities or the comprehension to figure out how to ask questions and get the answers.
Right. And there's nothing to base anything on really at 10. I mean, you don't have very much to base it on. I can understand that. When did you go ahead? I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
I was going to say, when did you really start getting into, getting back into it, I guess?
Self-seeking or specifically God?
Yeah, let's start with God.
I think 2 years ago.
Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, wow. So you spent a good swath of your life as an atheist.
Yeah. What
got you back into God?
Self-reflecting and answering questions and people being mean to me. I was sick. I'm still sick of people in general and people online. Because I'm a very, like, my voice is not, like, I'm accidentally condescending, right? My voice is how it sounds. I'm speaking very, very softly right now.
You have resting asshole voice?
Yeah, I do actually.
Yeah, okay.
And so I would have like questions or want to talk about serious topics, but not with malicious intention, but just because of the limitations of my understanding about serious topics. And so when I would have an opinion about something, and I would express that, instead of like having resources for people to see that I was just ignorant or didn't understand it, they would pounce on me like a piranha. And so as a defense mechanism, I studied philosophy, especially with all the Philbros. So I learned about inference rules. I learned about modus ponens. I'm literally getting a degree in it because I think that when you look at what the political leaders are doing, they weaponize the name of God to create more division and create a society where the people forget that we are supposed to be the government. We're supposed to be the self-reflecting.
I think that's always been the case. And I take it you never read the Bible then, the Old Testament. Have you ever read the Old Testament from beginning to end?
The entirety of the Old Testament, no, but the chunks, especially the parts that people are normally up in arms about what is morally impermissible. Yeah.
Okay, well that's good because a lot of time with Christians, they only read the parts that coincide with the prophecies in the New Testament and stuff like that. So no, that's good. But what you notice when you read the Old Testament is that it very much appears to be revisionist history. It very much appears to be people trying to nation build and say, as long as you stick to the plan, as long as we all stick together, we'll beat that nation next to us. Yeah. And you could see it when Josiah, I believe it's the Book of Kings, is in, I don't know if Joyful can confirm, but it's somewhere in there, Samuel or Kings. Josiah was the new head honcho priest, and I believe he was a king. I think he was I can't remember if he was a priest or a king, but he was in control of the religion really strongly. He could have been one of the kings who was sort of in control of the religion. And anyways, what he really was upset with was some of the denominations, and he stomped them out. I mean, he got really angry with them. He even went to the high places and had them destroy the high places, which if you go back further in the Bible, those were important to Yahweh. The high places were where sacrifices were made. It was kind of weird. And that kind of struck me as maybe this isn't real. Maybe this is just different sects, different groups taking power from each other. He was especially upset with the whole Asherah thing. And anyways, that's another story. So what I'm getting at is to your point where you were saying that governments use it as a tool. I think you could even see evidence of that when you read the Bible.
Yeah, when you watch a movie one way through and you see it from a certain lens, and then you watch it a second time. I think the movie's Memento, where he like writes down, he has tattoos specifically. Yeah. First time you watch it, you're like, oh, okay, that's what's happening. Second time you watch it, you see new details from a different lens. So what I see happening is people fundamentally hate Judaism, right? Whenever they're talking about wanting to talk to Christians or targeting Christians, in the conversations, they target the Old Testament, right? But then if a Jewish person comes up here or a Jewish rabbi comes up here and they contextualize it, then it's acceptable. And
I love it. I love it because they're the ones who know what's in the book. They understand what's written. And well, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I love it when they debunk the Christian claims. I'll have to backtrack a little bit because it's when they debunk the Christian claims. I haven't really heard when rabbis come up and you grill them on the terrible things. I've actually don't have much experience listening to that, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
Have you heard some of that?
Yeah. Like people will talk about the Levitical laws and they'll say that there's no context in which it's permissible, and the Christians will get beat up on no context is acceptable. But then a Jewish rabbi will come up and give them context, and then all of a sudden that same person that has been spitting on the last 20 Christians, now they're meek and humble and they understand the context.
Yeah. Well, I do recommend, I know you're real busy with school right now, but I do recommend trying to get through the Old Testament in succession, because it does build an idea, as we were talking about earlier. it's somewhat written, somewhat put together in the order in which it came out. I mean, there may be some discrepancies, and we may know more now than we did 100 years ago, because we just keep learning things. But it does seem to kind of go in order, because it is telling the story of the Jews, and I really think it's important to see that. Because
the reason
you can learn about it.
The reason I brought up the movie thing is because I think that if you look at it through the perspective that lacks Jesus, lacks the standard of love, lacks the fulfillment, lacks the Messiah, lacks God willing to show us that he's willing to self-sacrifice for us, then yeah, the book's incomplete. The book is missing something. But when you look at it through the lens of love, and that you're right, that, and I think this applies to all cultures to a specific degree, they are going to want their culture to be successful, even to the point where they might be or would likely go to war with another culture. Right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. And as far as, like I had said this earlier, that, I kind of look at Jesus as a religious reformer. But at the same time, we're not even certain some of the stuff was written by him. I mean, ostensibly, you could easily see that years later, 40, 50, 60, you look at when the Gospels are written, people could have written anything and said, yeah, Jesus said it. No, I would never say that, because that would get me killed by the Pharisees and Sadducees. I would never say that. But Jesus said it, and he's dead now. So yeah, that's what he said. And that, because we know that Plato is the guy behind the stories, and we don't know if Socrates was ever a real person. He could have just been a figurehead, because Plato knew some of his ideas might be frowned upon, but if he just wrote it as this other guy, you can go find him if you want to go find Socrates and hang him, but I didn't say it. So people can get away with saying things and actually, helping move humanism forward. I'm not saying Jesus was a humanist, but he was closer to a humanist for his time in that area. There were some people all around the world with people all around the world with better ideas than Jesus at years before. Confucius was pretty brilliant, and he was around 400 years, I think, before Jesus, saying things that the golden rule was coined by him before Jesus. And who knows, maybe there was, Grog the caveman who came up with it before him. I don't know.
I would agree with that when we're looking at the golden rule and like humanism as it relates to trying to figure out the greatest standard for us collectively unifying as one species, one nature in humanity. Yeah. I agree with you that other people can have similar morals, but
it's almost like that's the goal. It's almost like that's what we're all searching for,
Yeah. But when we get into the metaphysics department, that's where things change drastically. Because if the claims of Christianity or Christ, him being the Son of God, one in nature, is true, that shifts the game entirely.
Indeed.
Because the game shifts from let's try to coexist because we're on a floating rock to let's coexist and be the best version of ourselves, trying to self-reflect with truth itself. Because when we self-reflect with truth, when in a world where a lot of humans are willing to self-sacrifice for truth says, stop that. I'm willing to self-sacrifice for you. I've sent you my son. Be like him. Don't listen to these political leaders. Stop dividing yourself. Stop.
Yeah, but the problem, that's really great. There's some good parts in there, but the problem is it also brings with it tons of baggage, and one of them being Jesus himself saying, and Revelation saying that not everyone's going to be saved. And we're not just talking about bad people. It's just people who don't believe and didn't do, like we were saying earlier, do the acts, do things enough, repent enough. Jesus said you should walk down the narrow path. Only those who walk through the narrow gate and down the narrow path are saved. Those who walk down the wide path, I'm kind of crossing verses here, but they already got their reward. People who do it for the public viewing, they get their reward. People who do it for money, they get their reward. He kind of indicates that a lot of people are going to hell and not a lot of people are saved, depending on who wrote what gospel and where you're reading it from. So it puts an urgency. It's not just about the humanism side of it. It's about the urgency of saving people's souls. And that could put a crimp on people's relationships. And if there are other rules in there, like don't be gay and all these other things, now you're putting rules on there that are going to force people's hand to act a certain way that they otherwise wouldn't do. They wouldn't act that way normally. So you see what I mean? Like it comes with a bad side. It would be nice if we could just start over and rewrite the whole thing, but it wouldn't be nice to me because I want to know as many true things and as few false things. I want to believe as many true things and as few false things as possible. I don't want to believe it if it's not true. You know, I don't want to be stuck believing something like they were able to rewrite the Bible completely and make it perfect and fix all the mistakes. And so it's seamless and foolproof. That scares the hell out of me because if it's not true, that means anyone could make up anything and get a whole bunch of people to believe it.
If you were to do that, what do you think would be the greatest possible identity of self-reflection in the name of love when comparing that to Jesus Christ?
That's a good question. I mean, I haven't read the Humanist Manifesto. I've heard it's got a lot of good stuff, and right out the gate, if you read some of it, it's fair. You know, I think what we're living today is the best that humankind has ever lived, at least in the first world. You know, we have the best systems of government. We have you know that old saying, you know, America's got the worst system of government with the exception of all others. I mean, there are some governments now that are really good in other parts of the world. I mean, it's spreading, right? And the other thing, and I brought this up when I was first on, I came up on Joyful's show with Tiny, as I brought up the legal system. The legal system in the U.S. is really good, and it's better than it's ever been in the history of man. You know, years ago, we used to allow spectral evidence into court, and that was around the witch trials, and it got shut down when these two little girls were saying, well, you know, a spirit came to us in the night and said she's guilty. You can't just start burning and hanging people based on that. So they got rid of spectral evidence. I think our system of evidence in the system of law is a good guideline because it really comes down to, you know, I'm really tired, guys. I'm sorry. I just got over norovirus, and I had some trouble sleeping last night.
I apologize for interrupting, but
yeah, go ahead,
at the beginning, the host said that he doesn't want to talk about politics, and so I just want to.
Yeah, thank you. That's great, pulling it right back in. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. But yeah, I was just talking about the legal system, basically how it has some really good tenets, and it has to do with facts and evidence, and you know. If we don't all agree science is a true and real thing, I mean, there are a lot of Christians who don't. I know you haven't said, I'm not putting words in your mouth of straw manning, but what I'm trying to say is if science isn't a good guideline, then why do we allow people to go to prison for it? Because if you ever watch Forensic Files or understand forensics, you know, people go to prison based on the findings of science using the same scientific method that we use for, you know, gauging the age of the earth and fossils and every other thing.
Well, science is good, but what's happening, at least what I see in the modern world, is people are unaware that science is natural philosophy. And what they're doing is they're unintentionally worshiping the process of science, and then their deity is the universe, which is mindless, random, arbitrary, and ultimately meaningless. And
there's not a lot to worship in the universe. I mean, you could be in awe of it, but I noticed that a lot of religious people say that they sort of it's almost they're reflecting themselves onto it. It's almost, you know, it's not really worship. Although I do think that some people have a reverence, like you're saying. I do agree there are some people like that, but I do think Homo sapiens basically have evolved this sort of we've evolved religion into ourselves. You know,
yeah, I think that what it means to follow Christ is to have a personal relation with truth, capital T, and God is truth, capital T, right? I think for the secularists, you guys would say truth, capital T, is going to be identical with the universe, reality, existence, something like that. And so, I think that relative identity is super, super important. And so when you tell me, hey man, this is what I'm experiencing, this is what I'm walking with, that's your testimony. And that's what the Christians are saying. You know how some Christians say that they like floated up to the heavens and they saw Jesus face to face?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've never had something like that, right? I don't know what that means. But to deny their experience would either conclude that we're just assuming that they're a liar, or we're devaluing their psychological experience, which I think that you would be against.
Not necessarily. I mean, devaluing sometimes is important. If someone is holding a pew in a public area and hasn't had their meds, I think it's a good idea to disparage that person and take away their ability to harm people. You really never know how far someone's misunderstanding of their reality can go. I know someone who had some experiences, and they were so, sure that they were from God, and I could easily see how they couldn't be. I mean, I'm not even talking like a really hard to explain phenomenon. It was just kind of like, no, that could easily have been this. I mean, naturalistically explained away quite easily, but because they were so fervent, they couldn't see it any other way.
Yeah,
it wasn't worth talking to them about it.
I'm still using natural language because I think for you, everything is natural, right? Everything unbelievable is supernatural, but everything else is natural. So
I've seen no evidence for the supernatural yet.
Yeah, no worries. We don't have to get into that.
I'm kind of refining what you said to make it more accurate.
When I'm analyzing the psychology of religion or the psychology of religious people, whatever they're going through is going to be a fact of the matter, right? And so I want to pair their understanding with their experience, which is their testimony, with our understanding through a psychological, sociological lens.
We've done that, and some people don't like the results. They don't like hearing that they were seeing things, or that they were primed. You know the term priming?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Sometimes people don't want the truth, right? But the truth is the truth, even if the truth makes you uncomfortable, right? And so if an individual, like, let's say that somebody is sincere, that they had an experience where they floated up to the clouds and saw Jesus face to face, right? And they're not lying. That's their real experience. Even if you say that this is a pure psychological state, would you not be interested in studying that?
I've been absolutely interested in studying it. And if it's true, would absolutely want scientists, anybody, to get to the bottom of it and find out if it's true. I wonder if the person having the experience would be willing to listen to trains go by. No, would be willing to entertain the idea that
I like trains,
that they might be mistaken. I wonder if they would be interested in learning the naturalistic explanation.
Well, by mistaken there, what would you like if an individual says that what they have experienced is
what happened, right?
Yeah,
it's just to
what they're explaining to you.
I know somebody who was having a urinary tract infection, and they were on meds, but the infection was causing hallucinations. And they said to me, "Do you see a gorilla over there?" Now they said it very calmly, as if there really wasn't a gorilla over there, because they probably would have been afraid. They wanted independent verification on the thing they were seeing. So they knew it was a little uncanny that there be a gorilla in that place, over there. And they wanted me to look at it, and I was trying to figure out what it was, whether it was something in the room or a fan or something that looked like a face. And I walked over and I said, "Am I putting my hand on the gorilla's head?" And I did all these things. But basically the point was that person wasn't so gullible as to say, well, the first thing I'm going to jump to is there's a gorilla definitely in the room. They at least said, I need to ask somebody. Some people just don't doubt themselves, and they're raised, like I mentioned, priming. It's sort of like a low level priming when you tell someone a thing is true all their life. I mean, the reason I'm here is because I had thought a certain thing all my life, and then the shock of coming out of it, which is what my little picture's about. There's the mind blown head with the book and the atom and questions and exclamations. I mean,
is that for like science?
Yeah, learning about science and reading the book and having questions and coming to realizations.
But through that, did you study the church fathers? Did you spend time in analyzing what it means to believe in what they call the universe? I'm not denying the universe. I'm just saying that's what people say, right? These are claims that other people outside of ourselves are saying. I haven't run tests on it.
I was this close to being a born-again Christian. I was able to see the writing on the wall, and I didn't want to get myself sucked in without having the time to think about it for myself. And they didn't like that. They wanted to rush you into it and dunk you in the bath and get you out and have you say the magic words. And now
I'm
you're
sorry
one
about
of
that. Yeah,
Well, it's not your fault.
I don't support that, right?
Appreciate that.
When I'm talking to people, some of them, they feel overwhelmed and they're like, well, what do I have to do now? And I tell them, I mean, you don't have to do anything, right? You don't have to be here. You don't have to talk to me. But what you can do, if you'd like, self-reflect in the name of love with the greatest personal identity that you could possibly imagine. And if you find something better than Jesus, I understand why you would walk with that. But for the last...
I've done that, Shark. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. But that's not necessarily what the Bible God is or what Jesus is. And if you read the whole thing, you'll start to see some things. You'll start to see, well, my idea of God, this is what I saw. My idea of God was much better than that thing in the book.
Hey, Shark. Shark, we're going to give you the last word.
No worries,
we have some people in the box. We're going to move it at the top of the hour. Go ahead and say whatever you want here at the end.
Man, I just hope you guys know you guys are eternally loved. Life is full of meaning. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I hope I was respectful. If I was disrespectful at any time, I apologize.
You're cool, Shark. Thanks. Nice talking to you.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, thank you, Shark. That was a pleasant conversation. I disagreed with most of his points of view, but
we could have dove in.
Yeah, it could have got a lot deeper, is what I guess I'm saying.
Yeah. Thank you.
But yeah, absolutely, Godwin. That was a good. All right, let's see if he was the first one in the box. Some of these people may have left because they were waiting a while. We got Tom. Try Tom. Guys, while we are waiting, make sure that you're tapping that screen, sharing out the live, doing all them amazing things. We're at 42,000 likes, and we are only halfway through the live. So keep them tappers going. Let's try to get to 100K in the next 2 hours. That is my goal, but, I mean, it is what it is. Just please try to keep those up. That definitely helps. Yes, I am wearing nail polish. For the chat. And I got my ears pierced this weekend.
Nice.
So, life goals. But anyway, keep tapping the likes, doing all them good things. And if you're not in the Discord, go ahead and get into the Discord. We are a group that is a safe space for LGBTQ. We have a place where if you need help as an LGBTQ, people getting out of situations, things like that, we have a spot where you can post and we will try to get you the resources that you need. We are also I'm trying to go through the process of starting up a nonprofit for LGBTQ youth. And also that would extend to adults, but it will be primarily for youth. We appreciate you. We look forward to seeing you in the Discord. I am the official host of The Secular Perspective, Joyful Apostate. This is my friend and special guest today, Godwin. First time here on The Secular Perspective. You were on with Tiny when he was on J Debates, right?
Right.
Yeah. But absolutely, guys, thank you for being here. Let's keep this up. If there are any Christians or people that believe in God in the chat, the guest box is open. I tried to accept every one of those guests, but apparently they have left. We had 5 people. Some of them were maybe wanting
Trolls.
to talk to. Well, some of them were probably wanting to talk to him. People scrolling through and wanting to talk to Shark, which we get a lot. But
Really?
this is a show where we don't bring up friendlies, guys, unless it's another official host of the show. We'll bring them up for a minute to make an announcement, to say something like that. But unless you are an official host, we don't just bring friendlies up. We have a live afterward where you can come inside my Discord. That almost sounded really weird. It still sounded kind of weird.
Nasty,
You can
it's an invitation, people.
Yes, join my Discord, and you can be in the After Live there, where you get to talk to me and Godwin every time that we go live. We have it afterwards, so all of the friendlies can definitely come in and have a conversation with us. Sorry.
It's good that you have these rules. It's really good you have, good structure. And last week when Redhead was on, there was this guy talking science stuff that I chimed in at the end to try to come up and just say to him, please call next week. I'll be on. I want to talk to you about this stuff, But I like that you have structure and rules. It's important, And, I wish that guy would call tonight. He had some answers. I could give him some real simple answers, and he had these questions that he, about science that he needed answered. I remember having the same questions or knowing people who were teaching me that science was bunk, and they had those questions and all that stuff that's in your head. When you're searching for yourself, you end up looking them up yourself and finding the answers. That person may not be around anymore in your life, but you found the answer for yourself. So, I get it. I understand that people have questions. If you're a Christian, you have some questions. You don't understand why science is true and the Bible isn't. Colin, I'd love to hash it out with you.
Again, thank you, Science, for the super chats. Another 2 super chats for 179 THB. The first one says, contributing to the Diva Mute Kick Fund. There you go. A little more to the Diva Must Kick Fund. Or Mute Kick Fund.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that contribution. You are amazing. Guys, and a lot of right out the gate, the funds that we get into the show are going to go back into the show, getting a better computer to where I can broadcast this from my computer rather than from my phone. It will give a lot better quality. We won't have to have the other guests shrink when we have a guest, things like that. We can make it to where it's a lot more professional than what the setup we have now. So everything you give helps a lot. And if you give for the LGBTQ stuff, just make sure to put that in there, because I will set all of that aside for that specifically, because that is more important than computers and whatnot.
You're a good man, Joyful.
Well, I appreciate you. The mission statement we like to go over this a lot here at TSP so people know what we're here for and why we do what we do. Our community exists to uplift and support atheists and LGBTQ individuals by providing a welcoming space where everyone can be their authentic selves. We foster respectful conversations, mutual encouragement, and shared learning free from judgment or discrimination. Together, we aim to build friendships, promote well-being, challenge harmful stigmas, and celebrate the diversity of human experience. This is a place for community, empowerment, and positive connection where every member's voice matters. So even if you're a part of this community and you are in the Discord, your voice matters. Even if you're not one of the admin, me, Sunny, Lobes, Lilith, we are the admins and kind of the overseers of everything that happens with TSP. But Sunny's the real boss. If you want something done, go to Sunny, because we all listen to Sunny.
Sunny's great.
Anyway, we have so much good going on in there, and we want to hear from you. We want to hear things you feel about the show, things that you'd like to incorporate into the Discord, things like that will boost the community and make it a better place for everybody, is the hope.
Joyful, somebody in the chat said to me, Godwin, you look pretty old. You're going to have to worry about it someday when it's over, the whole threat of hell. So to that person that called the truth in chat, come on in. Let's talk. Hey, the truth. Have you heard the good news? hell. All made up. Come on in.
It's all made up. You're
good
just
news.
worm food. That's all that
I
happens.
know. You know what? That's a positive claim, and now I'm kind of on the hook for it. So I mean, now I really put myself out there.
There you go. And I will. Evan says you're still young enough to be his son, so we're good. And Evan's still kicking. In all these lives, Evan is still fucking kicking.
That's awesome. Good to hear, Evan. Keep kicking.
Every day. Evan just awesome. Amazing supporter of the community, amazing person in the community. Just top tier. Evan is a top tier fella.
I think I'm close in age to TBV. I was watching his show tonight.
How old are you, Godwin?
I'm not going to tell you.
Well, just roughly. Are you like?
You know, I'm younger than Matt Dillahunty and I'm older than you.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm older than Justin. You're younger than Justin, I believe.
Yeah, I'm 2 years.
Deconstruction zone. Oh, okay. You're lucky. You're lucky to get out so soon.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely. 2019 was when I deconstructed, and I was in my angry atheist phase for 2 years. I mean, really bad, you know, like the quintessential angry atheist. And I'm glad I'm over it. And, you know, I'm kind of here now because I don't want to take this stuff out on my friends. I have friends who are religious. I don't want to be that guy. But I have something to say. Now, if I say something that's wrong, please correct me. You know, if I'm wrong about something, I want to know. The only way to always be right is to always be recognizing and correcting where you're wrong. You know, the only way to continually be right is to always be looking for, recognizing, and correcting when you're wrong.
This live this is the secular perspective where we talk to people that believe in God or different religions, and we compare worldviews, the secular worldview versus theological worldview. Jay, are you over 18 and are you a believer in God?
Yeah.
Right on, what do you want to talk about?
I was just going to ask, like, what do you guys think about personal experiences and why, if so many correlate with each other, do you not accept them as evidence?
Because all the ones that correlate with each other for Muslims, do you equate that as evidence?
Give me an example of, like, I haven't really heard too many Muslim testimonies of, like...
There's been an event, I forget how many people were there. There were thousands and thousands of people that all saw the Prophet Muhammad, and he spoke to them.
What was, like, this is, like, in modern day?
Yeah.
My question would be more, I was meaning more like, so let's say then in that case, right, wouldn't that even in itself prove a god? Like, why do we have to go to the realm of which god?
It's mass hallucination. It happens in every religion.
What about on like a personal aspect, like for like on an individual aspect where something happens in their life that they've, on like a mass example, like you're saying, or not even a mass example, just an individual and their life changes?
Okay. My life changed dramatically when I left religion. All the problems I was having with addictions and things all seemed so much easier to get rid of once I wasn't religious. So that would tell me, based in that circumstance, that the atheist worldview is actually better.
You know what? I will have to say that's the first time I've ever heard that.
Yeah, I can mirror that too. I've had
true.
experiences that, my experiences that becoming an atheist has helped me in a lot of ways. Things that were bringing me down in life were based on the religion, but I was a true Christian, not like you. No, I'm just kidding. That's a joke. Sorry, but
really
people have different views of what the doctrine is and how to, and sometimes you might be in a religion that really messes with your head.
Can I have an example of how you're like the brother over here said that he was doing drugs and alcohol as a believing in God and then stopped doing drugs and alcohol?
I didn't say anything about drugs.
Okay, sorry. My apology. I didn't mean to put words in your mouth. He was struggling with addiction. It was the word that you used, correct?
Yeah, so
Yeah, so
yeah,
my
I
bad.
have. Okay, yeah, so I had a really bad porn addiction, and also I was an alcoholic, and I prayed and cried for years and years and years over these issues that I couldn't seem to kick. And I left Christianity, and once I left Christianity, I realized that I am the power. I have the power to change me. I don't need a God to change me. And that's
Well,
when I changed.
where did you decide that drinking alcohol and pornography was wrong?
Being addicted to things is not healthy for you in any aspect. Any addiction is not good for you.
Right, but like, where did you come up with that moral idea? That was it just subjective to your own belief system, or was it like influenced by Christianity, or?
When I was in Christianity, I felt bad for a different reason. I felt bad for being an alcoholic and because I was doing something against God. When I left atheist and became an atheist, I felt bad because I was doing something against myself and my family. There's a different perspective that is given that is so I wouldn't say that it's because of Christianity. I would say that the reasoning is absolutely the opposite of what Christianity teaches you.
No, but I'm saying, where did your morality come from that you decided that something like pornography was wrong?
I don't think pornography is wrong. I think being addicted to anything is not healthy.
That something like pornography, fair enough, you could be addicted to, yeah, I would say even healthy habits can be addictive and not beneficial. Like going, if you're at the gym for 7 hours a day and not going and getting a job and harming yourself, I can see how that would.
I have friends that watch pornography all the time, and I have no problem with that. That's their thing. I don't think there's anything innately wrong with pornography.
All right, fair enough. But anyways, I wanted to go back to like, what about like a person, let's say somebody who is, wasn't a Christian, has an experience that they would consider personal. Do you have hatred, or do you like, because I remember I saw Godwin say that he was an angry atheist. How would you justify to that person? Would you like say to that person that they were hallucinating, or a chemical was released in their brain at their lowest point of their life that made them change? Would you give them like a scientific reasoning, and which would like hinder them more, or would you?
No, I wouldn't. No, that's a good question. No, when I was an angry atheist, that wouldn't have been something that I would stoop to. I did want people to know the truth about their book, but I didn't. I mean, I did want people to have better epistemology, the study of how we know things. I wanted people to make better decisions, but if I even thought it was any of my business to try to help them, but that's another thing, right? You don't want to just get into somebody's business, but I would try to drop hints that that there are things, but maybe not right there and then. I would just recognize that this person didn't consider the naturalistic. I mean, maybe it was so profound that they did consider the naturalistic explanation, but it was so profound and so realistic that it was highly unlikely to them.
To them.
I understand that. But
because I would say that would be my story, like, because I've heard the other sides. That's why I said like a chemical being released in your brain that like could cause you to like in an evolutionary mindset to preserve your life type aspect. But then to me, I just like come to the conclusion that I would have to like deny my own reality at that point, like you're saying, right? Like,
right. If it's that realistic, yeah, right. It would be world shattering for you to think the opposite. But you know what? I was kind of raised to think about science as I grew up. And I was also raised with, I liked watching magicians, but I was also raised with knowing how they did their tricks. And I think that's really important. And I think if you have kids, you should help inoculate them by teaching them magic tricks or letting them understand how magic works, because it shows you that the mind could be fooled by something that would fool anybody. I mean, it's not that you're a dummy. It's just that, that these circumstances happened in a certain order that appear a certain way. So what I'm trying to get at, I'm not trying to get at that anyone who had an experience is crazy. What I'm trying to say is I personally grew up with a outlook of looking at things that way, so that when I ran into something that seemed outlandish, it had to be really good for me to believe it was. I would consider, okay, it's supernatural, or here are two other naturalistic explanations that could easily explain it. So I'm not sure.
Okay,
but I
well,
did
then
all this.
let me.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you. I didn't mean to.
Oh, I was done. That was good.
Okay, I thought so. But so let me ask you this then. Like, let's say hypothetically, right? Like, God came down to you and spoke to you and said, like, I am real in this hypothetical scenario. Would you conclude that you were hallucinating, or that this might be false, or like you could be
I
schizophrenic?
wouldn't
Or
conclude. That's not enough information. I would speculate that it could be a god. I would speculate it could be aliens from outer space. I would speculate it could be some sort of demon trying to trick me into thinking it's a god. I could speculate it's a genie. I could speculate that I'm losing my mind. A more likely explanation was someone slipped something in my drink,
see,
or
but
I'm
this
having a
is
health problem. I mean,
so
those are the
see.
top two most likely, right? If you think about it, even if you're a Christian, you have to admit that the top two likely things are you're having a health problem or someone slipped you a Mickey.
But see, here's my issue with like that line of thinking, and maybe I'm wrong, and I'm not saying I'm right or anything like that, but the premise that we set up was if God came down like and said to you that he's God, he's real type thing, and right away you're already concluded that there's a million other possibilities outside the premise. So to me, it comes down to there's no evidence,
There's no way.
whichever way
I
you
get
want to
it.
go
Yeah.
for.
Right? There's no
Well,
way. I mean, how could someone let you know for certain? Someone said,
Yeah, exactly.
Joyful, you had something to add?
yeah, I think that the difference would be for me, like if a god came down in this scenario and told me I am God, I would go through a few different things to try to figure out if this was actually a real thing. One, is there anybody else there? If there's not, I'm going to be very skeptical of it.
Well, you just said
If
the mass thing that the Muslims saw with Muhammad that was false, and there's many of them there too.
No, I understand that. Then I am going to, if there is somebody else there, I'm going to see if they can corroborate what I saw, what was said, how close in detail we can both share it. And then lastly, I'm going to check with evidence, like what all this could possibly be. And then I'm going to look for the most likely solution, which I would think as a naturalist that it's going to be a natural phenomena that happened within my brain.
And you know what? That's fair. And you know what? That's where it kind of leads me to like that fork in the road type aspect. Like you either go left or you go right. And I just find for myself, it's, I would choose to trust my reality of like what I experienced that time, because then I would have to start questioning everything. And I know we can't prove to 100% certainty on both ends of our argument here. But like when I start denying my own reality, I think that's when things get way too overcomplicated and Occam's razor gets involved. And
Jay, I agree. I mean,
Yeah.
your own reality is kind of all you have, what all that you see and all that you touch and all that you hear, and also your upbringing, what you've experienced in life. That's kind of all we have,
I
which
just
is
really
secular
quick,
in a way.
guys, make sure to put that in, like what you're talking. I like what's going on in the chat right now. Make sure to put that in the Discord and the fan fiction. It's great in the chat, but also put it in the Discord and the fan fiction so I can really read it later, what you guys are putting together down there. But
Jay, you don't have to be a naturalist to have these thoughts. You could still be a Christian and still have naturalistic thoughts. You don't have to say. I know. Joyful's like, I'm a naturalist, so and the first thing I thought of was my apologetic brain kicked in and said, there's going to be an apologist who calls. It's like, aha, you're just a naturalist. You'll never think outside the box, and that's not true. You could have those thoughts and keep thinking. Don't ever stop.
Yeah, for sure. It just, and also is like my only worrisome is on both ends. Like I know there's hurt from like the religion, any type of religion, and I know there's like hurt from that people from religion receive from like
church hurt. Joe calls it church hurt. Yeah,
or church hurt, or like, but there's also like hurt from atheists as well, right? To like towards. towards Christianity or Islam or so forth, right? Because I know when I started learning about like whether I'm trusting my own reality was like I was telling you, man, that was a dark place to like work through something that there could be a possible other explanation than what I experienced in reality.
Yeah.
Which it wasn't healthy too. You see what I'm saying? Especially when I wasn't like, when my life changed for the better.
Well, like something that I always heard Matt Dillahunty say was when they say, how do you know, what do you think you know? And he says, well, my knowledge is that anything to the contrary would be worldview shattering. You know what I mean? So now he tries to keep an open mind and tries to believe as many true things and as few false things. I don't know what to say about your personal experiences. I don't want to disparage you, but just try to keep an open mind. And when you learn things about human behavior, you start to notice things, about groupthink and about like the herd mentality and priming and, psychological experiments that have been played on people, like just not devious ones, but ones that just try to figure out how the brain works.
Yeah, for sure. There, like the 99-to-1 rule. There was a study that they did where they prayed for people with like, I think it was cholesterol or diabetes or something, and they saw like no effects happening to it, or actually worse effects. So I understand all that stuff. But here's another thing. If we could change topic, unless you guys had something.
I just had one more thing to add on. You were talking about like the groups, because your 99-to-1 rule reminded me of that. Like when you have a lot of people who say that they've experienced a thing. Joyful brought up a bunch of Muslims or whatever in an area, or I forget what it's called when they all saw the sun in Mexico. I think it was Mexico. They saw Mary in the sun. But the whole thing is, okay, who's bringing this news to you? Now, I learned from reading the Bible that the 500 was just one guy saying there were 500 people. They didn't name their names. They didn't name a single person's name, not Mary Sue or Jim Bob. They didn't name anybody. And there's no reports anywhere else in the world of the 500 saying that. So it just goes to show how easily someone could simply write a thing happened, and this is how many people saw it, or this is how many people did it. And the thing, I forget what it's called, but in Mexico with the sun, it's maybe someone in the chat knows, but basically, it was a newspaper article, and they didn't like interview each person one at a time, get their names and addresses, and you could go to their house. I bet if you did, I mean, I know I'm making an assumption here, but I bet if you did, some people would be like, nah, my mom told me to say that. You know what I mean? You don't really know that many people attested to a thing.
Do you think Paul therefore would be? Do you think Paul therefore would be like a not credible witness?
I don't, after reading the Bible, before reading the Bible, I would have said he was a credible witness. After reading his word and after knowing what it was like being a Jew, that's why I say read the Old Testament first. And I really agree with Penn Jillette, go to the source material. But when you've done reading the Old Testament, you realize what it was like being a Jew back then. And then all of a sudden this Jesus stuff happens and you're like, that is totally antithetical to what it's like to be a Jew. No wonder they took him out. And the other thing is Paul was a different type of Jew. He was a Greek Jew and living in Turkey, in the area which is now Turkey.
He was a Hellenistic Jew, right?
Yeah. I mean, there were a lot of different cultures mixing that didn't mix before. And I don't know, I personally don't give much weight to Paul. Paul kind of reminds me of, I don't know if you ever saw the show about the flat earth, but it's a documentary about the flat earth called Beyond the Curve. And the guy who is the main guy supposedly wasn't. The real main guy refused to do the documentary because he thought it was bunk. But the real guy is like, he seems like an attention-seeking guy, and he's doing it because he loves the attention. And I think Paul was kind of like that kind of guy who saw an opening, and I think he made his story up about running around unaliving Christians. I really don't think he did anything like that. I think he made it up because who was there to corroborate? Their standards were different than today's standards.
For 1 sec, can I just interrupt you there? He said, "Who's there?" Because even like Peter says, Paul's teachings are tough. So you'd think we would have some type of source like correcting
there was no one to police it. There was no. They didn't have what we have today. They didn't. I mean, even just 100 years ago in America, we didn't have the level of scrutiny of writing, and we're getting better at it. But I mean, back then there was no scrutiny. There was you get away with anything.
That and Peter disagreed with Paul on certain things that Paul
Yeah,
is
yeah.
teaching.
I don't hold.
Yeah.
Actually, I would be a Christian who doesn't hold Paul's teaching to be considered the word of God. I would believe it's like used as like a teaching rather than just like, because even Paul says in like First Corinthians, for example, he says, "I say this, not the Lord," and then goes and contradicts God on marriage, like saying that like
Yep.
how you know what I mean? So I don't I don't sit there and hold like let's say the words of Christ to me personally are like a 10 out of 10, like the red letters. Paul's like an 8. The Old Testament, when it thus says the Lord, is a 10, you know, and everything in between is like interpretation and time of scenario, progressive knowledge, etc.
You may want to take some time and read it for yourself. It's very interesting. It takes a long time. I'm not a very fast reader. I'm not a very good reader. So what I did
read
was
the Bible?
Yeah, I mean, I practiced
I've read
reading other
the
things to
Bible.
like. You did the whole thing?
I've read probably like, I've read the Old Testament. I remember when your other guest came up and he said he only read it like partly. I probably read the Old Testament about 20 times.
From
That's just the
beginning
Old
to end,
Testament.
like straight through for the flow and all that.
Yeah, even in
Context.
chronological order, where like Genesis and Job are mixed together, and you have the Psalms and prophecies mixed. Like I've done it
Just
that
for
way.
fun. That's cool.
Yeah,
Really
yeah.
cool.
So
That's
I'm
why
not-
I read Mark before I read Matthew, because Mark was written first.
exactly. Like you could read a chronological order, Matthew, Mark, and
But
Luke.
that interpretation doesn't, you start to notice interpretation doesn't come in as much as you thought it did before you read the Bible. I remember saying that all the time. Oh, well, interpretation differences. Then you read it and you're like, no, they were right.
I think
that's what was
your
written.
interpretation. You see what I'm saying?
Nice. I see what you did there.
No, but see,
how are we
it is
doing?
true.
Do we have other callers that you want to get in, or I'm not dissing you, Jay. I'm just trying to make.
No, you're good.
No, we didn't have anybody
cool.
else. That's why.
No, I agree what you're
I was
saying.
going to change it at 7:30, but
Yeah, I don't know if you wanted to bring up
Nobody
another
right now.
subject. You had mentioned that before I went on. As I
But yeah,
do.
so what would you conclude in a secular mindset then for like the cause of the universe? Do you just like consider? Obviously, I know your position is you're going to say like you don't know, but I would just.
How could we know? That's what I would
I
rather
would-
say. How could we know?
Let me use an analogy. I might be
Knowing.
really wrong on this.
I would love to know if you have a method.
Yeah, I have an analogy, but let me use this one. I might be really wrong on this. And imagine this: you're like a school teacher, right? And you go to a kid and you tell them 2 + 2 is 4, right? And this is a really bad analogy, by the way. And the kid says, "Well, I don't know." And then you say, "Well, you tell me what it is." And they say, "I don't know." Do they really have a right, even if the teacher was wrong on 2 + 2 being 4? Even if they were wrong, do they really have a right to tell them they aren't right?
yep. Because logically, God couldn't
Yeah.
be the first cause.
Oh, okay. I was going to say you could leave the kids in a room with some apples and have them figure it out for themselves. I mean, that's how we figure things out. I don't know, but let's find out.
Yeah, so then let's say...
But Joyful went on to something very interesting. I'd love to have him explore. Joyful, do you want to continue on that line of thinking?
Yeah, so God couldn't be the first cause of the universe for several reasons. If he's outside of time, he can't be, because it would cause a contradiction.
Well, I don't think time exists. I'm a
So
time.
you don't. Okay, so you don't think time exists. So you.
I think existence
Okay.
exists. Either you come in or out of existence, because I believe in God. So I've thought about these things too.
So you don't
Yeah, but
believe in temporal things? Like you don't believe that there's a before, after, and future?
So for example, I believe in like things like entropy, like death and cause, and like we can measure and use time as a tool, like our clocks and so forth. But I don't believe that. I believe time is an actual illusion. Like I think you'd have to hold that position with the belief in God.
Well, I could see that, Jay. But the thing is, you got to admit that something can't exist for no time.
Why?
It needs time. Well, because then it wouldn't exist for any amount, any period.
Well, it'd be existence. Like you could have like, maybe I'm not explaining it right.
That's why
But,
it's
like, let's
time
say-
and space. I mean, you have to have for something.
I understand. Even Einstein
you can't have
stated
nothing
relativity.
exist forever, and you can't have something exist for no time.
Well, let me ask you this: is time subjective or objective?
It's subjective because you could
Right.
fly around the Earth very far away outside the orbit of the moon, going very fast, and your time will change.
We'll slow down.
Yeah, be different than
Yeah.
on Earth.
Yeah.
Unless
And,
you're out
and
of
the fact
gravity.
that when I read stuff like and understand
Gravity
things like
affects
that,
time.
and when I understand things like how time can be subjective, where we could measure time by clocks, example that you just used, life coming to be and dying, I've found the subjective answer is that it probably doesn't exist. It's just a tool that we created in our universe or laws of physics and so forth to understand our surroundings or our physical understanding a lot better. But I don't think it debunks
I
God.
understand it's hard to understand, but what I'm trying to say to get you to just understand what I'm saying is, here's a rock floating in space. It exists for at least a millisecond. It may disappear after that, but for the amount of time that it was there for an amount of time. And other than that, I don't want to go down the road of the a-timism.
Have you studied a-timism?
No, until I look into it further.
Okay, yeah, look into it. It's quite fascinating, actually.
unarmed.
It's actually something that I've only been learning in the last little, because I come to these, like I said, these rocks in the hard place where I'm like, I have to choose for my own personal experience. Once again, like I would have to admit that I would say.
Can I steal Joel's line?
The problem's still going to be on God not being able to be the cause. Then, even if you don't believe in time, okay, and you do not think things like the laws of physics or the laws of logic are
no, I think
objective.
those are
Oh, you think they're objective?
I think like laws of physics and laws of logic could be subjective, but I believe that like you guys have a different opinion on logic than me, but
I have the opinion like Loeb's does. There's only one real law of logic. It is what it is. It's not what it's not. And it can't be both.
Jay, so do you think that everything must have a cause?
I believe everything that I've seen or experienced in my life has had a cause.
Okay. So you don't necessitate that everything has a cause, though.
No, because I don't think God has a cause. I think He is the cause.
Yeah, then the universe doesn't need a cause. If things can happen without causes, then the universe doesn't need a cause either.
Well, the cause, I would say that everything in our physical universe needs a cause. So that's why when we're talking outside of the time, space, matter, even though time is an illusion to me, that's why it correlates well with God, where it's like the end goal, right? It stops there, where we cannot continue backtracking, or I forget the philosophical term for it.
All right, when it was just God, then was it perfect when it was just God?
What do you mean by that? Sorry, I'm not understanding.
All right, so God is perfect. Do you agree with that?
I believe God is good, yeah.
Okay, so if God is a perfect being, if before angels, before anything else was created, it was perfect because it was just God, correct?
Yep.
All right, why did He create?
Just out of love. It's His nature. I think love is an attribute that is, and the only time we really see love is when something is demonstrated, right? It's an action, like love is an action. So I just think it's in His nature to create out of love.
Okay, but so He prefers imperfection.
I don't know how you got that. Wait, I'm lost. Sorry.
Okay, so if it's perfect with just God, is it perfect with us as well?
If you accept
is everything
Christ.
perfect? Exactly. Okay, yes. Let's keep going with that. So God created something that made made things less perfect. So God desired something less perfect than perfect.
No, I would say it's more like this. So I believe like God desired something that is perfect. And so I believe that giving free will is a perfect choice. So therefore, it's like this. It's like battling with two lesser evils, right? Like imagine it from like a human aspect. Like, like you could lie, right? Let's say lying is bad. Most people would morally say lying is bad, whether you're secular, any type of thing. But if I look at grandma and grandma says, hey, how do I look today? And I say, you look very beautiful. Even though I don't think grandma's looking beautiful at the time, I'm choosing two of lesser evils, right? I could either hurt grandma's feelings and she could be very upset and distraught and thinking many things, or I could lie. And so when I see God in these hypothetical scenarios, I think he's choosing things. His perfection can be complicated and hard to understand at times, like why he would do something, but he's God.
But again, you have to admit that he created, like, his desire created a less perfect state.
No, I would say he created a perfect state, and then through our free will, we chose to not continue on the path of perfection.
Well, that's not true, because in Revelation 13:8 it says that Jesus was predestined to be crucified before the world was even made. So before God created it, he knew that it was fallen.
Right. So, for example,
hold on. So he knew what he was creating was less than perfect. Therefore, he desired something less than perfection.
So I understand what you're saying, but I view it a little differently, right? So I view it like this. Just because you have foreknowledge of something and you're creating perfection with free will enticed into it, doesn't mean that it's your fault.
Why? Okay, and then the question's going to be free will for human beings would be less than perfect. So again, he desired to create something that's less than perfect. Well, no matter which way we go with this, you're going to end up with God preferring less than perfection.
I don't know. I'm not sold completely on that. I do keep an open mind to it, but I'm not really sold on the whole aspect that just because he created something that turned out to be imperfect with free will involved, that makes him imperfect.
But hold on, Jay. He knew that it was going to be imperfect, correct? Before he did it?
I would actually... I know I have some weird beliefs, and I don't want to get attacked by my Christian brothers and sisters, but you know what? They call me a heretic all the time, so I don't really care. But anyways...
I just want to say be careful, because I'm going to take you back somewhere else if you tell me God didn't know.
I know we're going to go back to Revelation 13, but I was going to say there's many examples where God, for example, like, you know, the story of Abraham and Isaac, where he says, now I truly know that you love me, you know?
Absolutely.
Or he makes Saul king, for example, and he regrets it. And there's many times when I read the Bible that I'm sold actually on the idea that God possibly might not know. And let me finish my statement before you interrupt me, because I know it sounds very like I'm trapping myself here. That I'm kind of sold that he isn't all-knowing in the sense that like he can decide past, present, future, but rather really good at predicting. And I'll give an analogy. Let me just give my analogy because it correlates to Revelation 13.
Okay. Yep.
If I have a child and they love vanilla ice cream, and I go to the store and I grab a vanilla ice cream and a chocolate ice cream, me being God to them, and I come back and ask them, but I've grabbed their favorite ice cream, and I say, which one do you want, the chocolate or vanilla one? And the 2-year-old says to me, as like us being in the analogy towards God, says, the vanilla one. Did I foreknow that knowledge, or was I just really good at, and predicting might not be the greatest word, but yeah, that's how I view it. So the same thing with Revelation. It's like Jesus was... God knew, giving us free will, that the desire, just like the angels, might be to fall away from grace. So, and he would be way better at predicting it than being all-knowing.
Yeah, but the problem is still with 13:8, because he says he was predestined to be crucified. So what you're saying is there's a possibility that he would be crucified because God doesn't know they're going to sin, but he thinks they probably will.
Well, it's like this.
But no, he was predestined means that he was going to die regardless. So was he going to die for a sinless world?
No, I gave you the analogy of like, I 100% know my child's going to choose vanilla ice cream. I'm giving them options. You know, so I 100% know. And then imagine God, right? Like, if you take the position like myself that he created the whole universe, I'm sure he could figure that issue out. But knowing all is, especially like something that he's created, I don't know. I'm not completely sold on it, to be honest.
Okay, so hold on. So you can know 100% what your kid is going to choose?
You get the hyperbole that I was using.
No, I know, but it's not analogous, is what I'm saying. God
no, but I was just saying, I used hyperbole on the second time. Like, I was just saying, like, to extend my point further.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is God doesn't 100% know, but yet he predestined to kill his son. So why would he predestine to kill his son if he doesn't know that the world's going to sin?
No, I'm saying he does, like, there's certain things that, like, he would be extremely foreknowledgeable about, like prediction, prophecy, and so forth, but...
Okay, so he knows...
I understand what you're saying. 1 second. Sorry. 1 second. Let me say it just because I think I understand what you're saying. Let's say, hypothetically, he's 99.99% sure and there's that 0.001% possibility that he's wrong, but Jesus Christ being predestined to by before the foundation of the world, how can I hold the position that I have? And you know what? I'm stumped at the moment. I'm going to say that. I'm stumped at the moment. So.
Nice job.
Yeah,
Joyful.
I just...
But it's still...
Well, Jay,
I don't think I'm wrong, but I'm just saying I'm stumped at the moment. Like, it doesn't mean that...
I get you. I ain't taking what you're saying as a concession, but what I am saying is,
and I'm not
even
in
in that,
well, you did a little bit by
I'm sorry, I'll explain after.
I'm just saying, like, you can't say you didn't rub it in. Like, I'm not offended or anything.
I'm happy that he was able
to
bring you to understand what he was saying. That's what I'm.
Yeah, no, don't worry, dude. I've talked shit to people my whole life. Yeah. Like, I'm not offended easily. Like, don't worry about it.
Me too.
But I'm just also not gonna like say that. Oh, I wasn't laughing at you.
but Jay, what I was trying to say is, so if he was even 99% sure everybody's going to fall, he still desired to create something that he thought was going to be less than perfect. So no matter what, he desired to create something that he at least believed was less than perfect.
Well, we also see at the time in the Bible, which I'm just starting to think of right now, is that Satan was kicked out of the heavens before the beginning of the earth. So Christ could have been predestined, right, to the save the world, with sin already entered into the world. Sin was there long before humans, right? Sin was there. The first act of sin was Satan betraying, denying God. So we could see he could see at that moment, which would be my argument after I said I'm stumped at the moment, but like, you know, when I start thinking of it more and more, there is that possibility too.
Did he know that Satan was going to betray him?
Like I said, maybe. I don't know, man.
Okay. Fair. Well, Jay, I'm going to let you get the last say here. Just a minute here to say whatever you have to say in closing, and then we are going to move on. But I do appreciate you.
Good.
You were a very good guest. That was a very good conversation. I feel like it went well.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. You guys have both been respectful, even though I made that little joke to you, Godwin. I didn't mean it in any way.
No, you know, I want you to understand that, you know, that was for Joyful having brought you to understand what he was saying, and you for understanding what he was saying. Like you said, wow, okay, I see what you mean. I mean, through all that, he guided, he laid the tracks, and I thought that was interesting and impressive. So, and I appreciate you being honest and saying, wow, okay, I need to think about this some more.
Well, I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on, and I'll send you a follow. And probably
it was a good conversation, Jay. Take care, man.
Yep.
Later.
Jay was a good guest, guys. I was really appreciative of our conversations tonight. For the most part, have been decent. And Jay, come back another time. We have different hosts that are going to be up here. It ain't always me. So definitely come back, talk to some of our other hosts. We'll have different perspective, different things that we can throw at you, or you can maybe convince us of. I do hold very much to, I don't see how you get around him desiring less than perfection. I know what my apologetic would be, but I'm not going to tell you. I'll keep that to myself.
Yeah.
But anyway, guys, keep tapping them likes. We're at 63,000 likes, guys. Thank you so much. Let's try to get to 100K in the next hour in 13 minutes. That is when we end this live. And then if you're not part of the Discord, become part of it. If you can't get in there from my thing, you'll have to copy and paste in your browser, or when you're on Discord, look up Joyful Apostate, and I will have a thing by my name, and all you do is click on that, and it will also let you join through that link there. Lobes has it. I'm trying to think of who all has it. I don't know if Godwin does. Sunny has it. Several of us have this little icon that says TSP by our name. You just click on it. It will show you our server, and you just go through that, and you can get
I have it. Yeah, I got it working finally.
Nice. Guys, but make sure that you're tuned in to the community. Even if you don't want to be part of my server, make sure you're plugged in at the Deconstruction Junction something, because we do it. Deconstruction Junction already is doing a lot for the community. They have a nonprofit already set up to help people in need within the community, which has been amazing, and in fact has helped me one time. So, well, actually more than once. So make sure that you're supporting them. Make sure you're doing all them good things. Make sure that you follow the secular perspective, but also go over to my other account, the Joyful Apostate. If you are not following that account, follow me over there. Make sure to follow Godwin. Godwin has been a wonderful special guest. We will have him back on at some point. We are full for the rest of January, but I'm sure sometime he's going to pick out a day and we'll have him back on the show. He's been fantastic. But
thank you, George.
Make sure, last thing I wanted to say before, do we still have that guest in the guest box? We do not. If you are a Christian, you'd like to come talk to me and Godwin here, you just saw, if you've been in here, that we can have a good conversation. We can have honest discord with believers, but it takes your part as well. We need honesty. We need actual following and not trying to railroad the conversation. All of those things go into having a conversation. We need I Am His Pastor. I Am His Pastor will probably be going live some in January, considering that I'm not live very much the next month on TSP. I think in the whole month I'm live 6 times. So
that's good.
Yeah,
you got it really packed. If you look at the calendar, it looks great.
No, it is, and I was worried about filling it, but we got it to where we could even fill up Tuesdays, which is going to be huge for the channel because it's going to put us out there more, 3 nights a week. And I can't do Tuesday nights. I can do Monday nights. So I'll be here on the
Thursdays in the spring and summertime. I'm not available on Thursday. It's tough for me, but I could do the Monday, Tuesday.
Right on. We will definitely get you in on doing some lives for sure.
Thank you. I think I really would like that.
Yes, you got to fill it like Psalms 81:10. If you aren't open your mouth wide to the Lord to let Him fill it, you're doing something wrong. Guys, we have a lot of great hosts. If you're just now getting here, I am Joyful Apostate. I'm an official host of the Secular Perspective. We have 8 of us that are. This is a special guest, and he will be coming back at some point. But we have 8 official hosts that are here monthly, at least one time a month. Most of us multiple times a month. And we're live Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, 5 p.m. Central Time. Tuesdays are going to probably move to 8 p.m. Central Time at some point when Lobes can do it. But it is a good time, and go to our Discord and you can see link is broken. Yeah, you have to go to the Discord, you have to copy and paste it. I've updated it several times. I don't know what's going on. You have to copy the link and paste it in your browser and then it will take you there. I am sorry about that. I don't know how to get it fixed because I've changed it several times right before lives, and it does the same thing. But 4chan, if you want to, we do ask that you have at least some experience in debating, and some biblical knowledge, philosophical knowledge, or really educated in science. I would have to get to know you a little bit, and then me and the other admins would have to decide to bring you in. But definitely, I would be more than willing. Get in the Discord, send me a message, and we can try to talk to you a bit, get to know you, and maybe that could happen down the road. Bible Guy, thank you very much. Maybe you're a master debater.
Thank you, Duncan. Thanks,
absolutely.
Desmond. Duncan, the Bible Guy.
I love calling Jaron Jared, and I always tell him that it's my talk to text, but it's not. I purposely put Jared out. Even when I type, I put Jared.
Jared's great.
It's just fun for me. Jaron is. I can't wait to have him on. Lobes is going to team up with the Bible Guy at some point, I do believe, which will be great. Lobes and the Bible Guy together. We have a lot of great people in the community, and we will post in our Discord with the hosts as we have special guests coming up. Starting here soon, the special guests will be put in there. It's been a nightmare getting the Discord up and going. My wife's about to go crazy with how much time I've spent on the secular perspective, but I want this to do well. I want it to grow a community, and me, Lobes, and Sunny are doing everything in our power to make that happen. We want it to grow a community, and we want it to grow up other hosts, other people that want to do lives. We want to bring them along with us and just have a great time. So make sure that you plug into it. You do have to copy the link, put it in your browser, or you can go to Discord, type in my name, and next to my name there will be a TSP. You click on that, and it will also take you to the Discord. Awesome. And then I'm going to go over our mission statement one more time in case new people have come in, to let you guys know what we are all about here at TCP. TSP. Our community exists to uplift and support atheists and LGBTQ individuals by providing a welcome space where everyone can be their authentic selves. We foster respectful conversation, mutual encouragement, and shared learning free from judgment or discrimination. Together, we aim to build friendships, promote well-being, challenge harmful stigmas, and celebrate the diversity of the human experience. This is a place for community, empowerment, and positive connection where every member's voice can be heard. And it really does. Your voice matters. We want you to know that your voice absolutely matters in this community. After the lives as well, guys, another thing that we can do is I go live in the Discord right after every live at 9 o'clock. I go straight over to, yes, man. Yep. So, Holly, you have to copy the link and put it into your browser, or you have to go to my name on Discord, click on the TSP thing next to it, and get in through that. I am sorry, I can't figure out how to get my link to work. I've tried so many times. It just, yeah.
Does it have adult verification? Is that why? I had that trouble with Ian's. There's an adult verification, and to do that, you have to go outside into the browser or something like that.
Now, at this point, I have to feel like I'm being trolled.
You've been doing a great job. I mean, I was there, talking to you at the beginning, just seeing you work really hard.
We lost volume.
Okay, can you hear me now? I'll switch headphones. Yeah, just to charge them up, I'll switch them out anyways.
Yeah, I've changed it out before, like, every live, and it does it every time. I don't know how to get it to not do that.
Yeah, I can hear you now. You don't know how to get it to what?
Hey, so if you're part of the Deconstruction Junction, I am going to post the link in my channel in the Deconstruction Junction, Joyful Apostate, live, and then you can just go to the Deconstruction Junction, go to my channel in there, my live discussion, and click on it there. I will do that right now.
Who's the brainchild behind Deconstruction Junction? Like, who started that? Do you have a story? Is there a story behind Deconstruction Junction?
Benny is a Benny boy. He is the one that started it. Just 1 second, guys. I'm trying to get to your friend requests.
W. Benny.
Yes, that was a huge thing he did. He might regret being the person that started it now with how busy he is because of it. But yeah, or you can again friend me on Discord, and you can get in that way. Whatever way works. Guys, we have an hour left in the live. We're already at 66,000 likes. Thank you so very much. Godwin, so did you grow up like were your parents Christian?
I was not in an environment like that. When I was really young, it really wasn't happening. I think maybe my older siblings had gone to church. My mother didn't make me go. My father, there wasn't much talk about it. So I remember there's a story when I was like around 6, 5, or I think I was around 6. My friend told me about God, and I was confused because I was like, this is the single most important thing in the universe, and my parents didn't tell me about it. So I stormed up to my mother after that and asked her about it. And she might have been going through deconstruction herself for all I know. And that could have been one of those weird signs you get, oh, it's a sign. He came up to me and asked me. Well, I came up to her and asked her because somebody told me, it didn't come out of nowhere. But she started sending me to Sunday school after that, like after school, going once a week, Catholic, CCD Sunday school. And, that was about it. I mean, she started going to church again and taking me with her. So, I know all the rigmarole in a Catholic church. And then later on in life, my older brother got into Protestantism and became a Southern Baptist and kind of tried to hook everybody.
Nice.
So I get both viewpoints. I understand what it's like to be on either side of the whole Catholic Protestant debate. And, I encountered some atheists where I worked, and you don't think they exist, and they do. I had someone I just assumed believed, and he was like, "No, I don't." And I remember proselytizing to him, and him just wanting to distance himself from me, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, me neither. Yeah, my kids, or my son is the last one, but goes to Catholic school. So this is it was my first brush with Catholicism, really, was sending my kids to a Catholic school. But
what denomination were you before that?
Reformed Baptist.
Okay, yeah. So,
Jay, you had a question. Sorry, I didn't see you there in the box.
No worries. You're good. I worked out an analogy after the one that I was stumped on, and I just wanted to see what you guys thought about it, and bear with me because it's only been about 5 minutes, as you guys know. Like, I was just up here, so it's not like, worked out the fine tuning type thing, but.
Is it a syllogism or what is it?
I'll just throw it out as it is, because I'm not like too professional on words and stuff like that. You guys can just.
Oh, you're fine.
All right, so here we go. Ready? I have a kid. And let's say we're going to plan a trip to the Grand Canyon, and there's like 8 out of 10 times, whenever we go somewhere, the kid wilds out, right? Like, he just completely acts out of kids, and he could easily fall off the cliff, and I wouldn't want that as a parent, right? So, in my foreknowledge I buy a little, like, one of those little kid leashes where you see those bad kids in the mall and the mom's like pulling on them. Yeah. So I buy one of those, right? Now, the 2 out of 10 times we go to and we go every year, there's 10 years. 2 out of the 10 times I don't have to use the leash. But 8 out of the 10 times I do. Does that take away from God's foreknowledge of preparing something that he might not have to use in your argument?
Predestined isn't just foreknowledge, so that means it's going to happen in the future.
Yeah, well, predestined, no, I would say wouldn't predestined mean that it would be that it was already set in place before something like doesn't happen, for example?
100% chance, not the 99 and 1 you were talking about earlier. Scrap that 1%. Predestined means predestined. 100% chance.
Yeah, it means it's fate. It's going to happen.
Does that track? I mean, do you have?
Yeah, I guess I would just have to look up into like what the wording said in Revelation 13 if it was like actually predestined or something. But back to the drawing board. Thanks, guys.
Anytime, man.
Thanks, Jay. Yeah, definitely Jay. Come back. W's Jay.
Jay.
Truth revealed. I think maybe has been up here. Truth. Just hold on one second, guys. Keep tapping them likes, doing all them good things as we bring up this next guest. Godwin, you take the lead on this. I kind of went in there at the end with Jay, so you take the lead, and if I have something to say, I'll chime in. Truth revealed, are you over 18, and are you a believer in God?
I'm 24, and yeah, I believe in God.
Okay.
Truth revealed, what kind of believer are you? What branch?
Non-denominational.
And we're talking Christian?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, God could mean many different things. So non-denominational Christian. Do you have sort of an elevator speech? Like what is your, why do you believe in a God?
Why do I believe? I just observe the world around me that I live in and finally made my own conclusion given the universe and everything.
It's interesting. So similar to what, I don't know how long you've been listening, but I was explaining to Joyful here that when I was a kid, I remember what it was like not having a knowledge of God from like ages, well, you don't know much at age 1, but between ages 1 and 6 or so, knowing, what it was like living in the world, not knowing if there's a God or not. Did you always have someone in your life telling you there was a God from the beginning of your knowledge?
Yeah, my family.
So you never actually had a moment to, have you ever taken time and thought about what if there isn't one?
I mean, sure, who hasn't?
Well, a lot of people haven't. A lot of people are told they're not allowed to. They're not allowed free thought. They're not allowed to think about those things. So they never actually allow themselves to think about it. So I'm not really sure where to go with this. So I'm just going to ask, do you have any Bible knowledge? Have you ever read the Bible?
Yeah.
You've read the whole thing?
Yeah.
Like straight through or just parts of it? Like picked through it?
No, like the Bible, whole Bible.
You read the whole Bible? And did you start with the New Testament first? Or did you go start with the Old Testament first?
Old Testament and then New Testament.
Well, that's commendable. A lot of people are tricked into believing that they should read the New Testament first, which is sort of a trick. Do you think that God is good?
Yeah.
You do all good?
Yeah.
So now I'm wondering what your opinion of good is. Is it good to send an army of men in to kill babies with swords?
Well, under the non-biblical perspective, I could hardly see any justification in this, but under the biblical perspective, I believe anything God commands or orders is a good thing, and if there's death involved, well, I suppose I can only account that for him being just, and so he deems what's most necessary.
So if God asked you to go in with a short sword and go take out some babies, would you do it or would you refuse to do it?
Me personally, I don't think so, because I've not been trained to have the type of mentality a soldier would have, or an Israelite soldier would have necessarily.
Well, what kind of mentality does an Israelite soldier have?
Oh, I mean, I'm guessing the type of heart that would be able to conduct these actions.
That would do this. Yeah. So would you refuse or would you try to do it?
I mean, again, I'd probably refuse, to be quite frank.
So where do you get your moral grounding from then?
I still get my morals from God.
So what you're saying is you would be doing something wrong, self-admittedly, by refusing.
Well, me refusing, yeah, if I'm disobeying God, then that would be wrong.
So you would do something wrong. Why would you do something wrong? That doesn't make any sense. I thought God was good.
Well, if the action itself, right, is what God commands, and I'm disobeying it, then I'm wrong for disobeying God. The action itself wouldn't be wrong if it was coming from God, though. I don't think.
So you said, where do I get my moral grounding? I get my moral grounding from growing up in the world, learning things as a child, learning things from other children at school, learning things from my family, learning things from television and books, from just experiencing the world. And all those things combined with today's modern law and modern morality lead me to believe that it's a bad idea to go in with a sword and unalive babies. And I suspect you think that way too. But I think that's right. I don't care what your God says. I think it's right to not do that. And I could judge that your God is not good if he's telling you to do that.
Well, I mean, you're totally fine to believe this. I believe morality changes over time in society. I don't think
I agree.
we've ever had like a time. Well, there's never been a consistent society, like morality society in a way.
Right.
We changed. In the 50s, how women were viewed compared to today. We'd look at
way
those
different.
times.
Yeah, much different. So if there was a God, wouldn't he write it into his book that, hey, here's the best way to do things?
I mean, it's. I suppose that's easy for us to say because we have a view on how we,
we're soft.
View. I mean, that's
no, I know. I'm just trying to get to the point, but I get it. Yeah, we have a different viewpoint. However, like, isn't God all powerful? Like, if he needed a bunch of babies to unalive, couldn't he just make them fall asleep and that would be it? Why does he need to punish his own people by making them go through the trauma of knowing what it's like to have to do such a horrible thing?
Yeah, it's mainly because evidently he's just, and
is he?
We see, we see consistency in the Bible. If one can be sent to hell for unbelief, right? I wouldn't say it's far-fetched for him to send his soldiers to unalive.
Yeah,
babies,
it goes with the territory. Yeah, it all tracks. Now, what would your definition of a demon be?
A demon, an unclean spirit.
That's it? And do you want to go into more? Because I could think of a poltergeist as just a ghost that's an unclean spirit. Like, is there more detail? Like, I would define a demon as like a very powerful spirit that is malicious, that does evil things or makes people do evil things.
I mean, yeah, I suppose there's like different terms. You have
I mean,
like,
biblically speaking, isn't that what Satan's supposed to do? He's supposed to whisper into your ear, he and his demons tempt you to do evil things.
yeah, yeah.
So I guess according to your Bible, unaliving a bunch of babies is not an evil thing.
Well, no, because God commands it, it's just, so it's not. I couldn't say it's evil. No.
Well, it sounds like something a demon would do. It doesn't sound like something a good, just God would do. But you're mentioning that because God said it, it's good. If God decided anything, it would be good. This was posited by forget his name in Greece a long time ago, but the I think it's a Plato story about, it's called the Euthyphro dilemma, and it's basically goes like this: is something good because God says it's good, or does God say it's good because it's already good? And it sounds like you're using something called divine command theory, where it's good because God says it's good. So if God decided that, man, I don't want to steal from Justin right now, but if you take a bunch of babies and throw them in a blender and make some sort of fluid out of it and use that to run your car, would that be just? Would that be good? If God told you to do it?
I don't think so. No.
Yeah. So it doesn't sound like, I mean, it sounds to me a lot like just going in there with the swords and unaliving them. The Amalekites, the Canaanites, Jebusites. Am I missing any ites?
When it comes to God's army, right? Understanding for me that this is God's army, I would expect there to be, like, I wouldn't expect this army to necessarily be, how can I say, pillow fighters. That's the best way to put it. You know.
I see what you're saying. Well, you wouldn't worry about that, but it's a terrible thing to send them to do the other thing too, though. And let me ask you, what does God need with an army?
Well, I mean, I suppose he uses people to.
Does he need that though? Can't he do it without forcing people to do things?
I suppose so. I mean, he's God, but I think he has a methodology that he preferably chooses
or maybe people of that time period knew they were going to need to tell people to do terrible things, and they wanted to prep and prime them to the point where they would just do it without question, as long as they said it was God commanding it.
That's no perspective, 100%.
It's possible. Would you agree it's possible?
Yeah, I believe that's possible.
Yeah, so I can't put it this way. When I first read the Bible, I said to myself, that's not the God I was told he was. I found it shocking. Now, maybe you read it at a younger age than me and you knew it in and out from your whole life. But I read it as an adult and was just confused.
I think a lot of people have a misrepresentation of like how they feel God should be, especially in the Bible. And I once had that misrepresentation. I thought he was all like, when I was younger, I used to think God, it's all like rainbows and
unicorns.
Yeah, that's what I used to think. But then I grew up, and I realized like he's no one to really be played with, and I have a respect. It's like,
well, you have a respect like him. You have the respect for a lion out of its cage. It's not the same respect. It's not a love. It's not a love. It's a respect of something dangerous.
I mean, there is the love aspect, because God isn't just like, he has this side where he can be brutal. Like, honestly, he does.
Do you honestly think this is a real good, loving God? that would do all these things?
Well, that's just because of his nature, but he's not only this one thing, because he's a multitude of personalities. I see like not just, how can I say, there's like brutal parts in the Bible, but then there's also,
well, he says it himself
good
in the
stuff.
Bible. I bring calamity, and I bring good things, and I bring evil and calamity. But do you believe in the devil?
I believe Satan, yeah, is a real enemy. Yeah.
So between Yahweh and Satan, how do you decide which one the good one is?
How do I decide?
How do you know which one the good one is? Yeah. How do you decide?
Well, I mean, there's no real way to know whether either is good, because if I subscribe under the Christian belief, according to what the Bible says, he's the enemy. So, because I side with this and what God says, I believe he is the bad one, the enemy.
What if Satan was more powerful than God in the story?
And what? I'm confused.
Would you side with Satan?
No.
If Satan was going to win, in Revelation, if it said Satan was going to win, would you side with Satan instead of Yahweh?
No.
Okay. So how do you decide which one is the good one? I mean, if we went by kill count, God's got Satan beat, hands down.
Well, I believe God is good automatically, just because he says he is. So
that's it. Huh? He just says he is.
Yeah, there's no real way for me to say I know.
There's no way to know. Right. So, I really don't feel like beating up on you, but there are things in life that you could say, I don't know, but I shouldn't act upon them because I don't know. If you don't know, maybe you should just say you don't know and leave it at that for now and think about
it. Yeah, I mean, as I said, I don't.
Joyful, do you have anything to add? I'm still a bit new at this, and
no, I think that that was a good conversation. We have one last guest to take before we end our Night Truth. Give us one last thing you'd like to tell us, and you are welcome back anytime. You are a wonderful guest.
Great guest, Truth.
Yeah, I mean, I respect you guys' viewpoints. I think Christianity I mean, I wouldn't say necessarily if you're a light-hearted person, it can take quite the amount of time to adjust to understand God's character. So, but I won't necessarily blame you for your view on God in the Bible, because that's how you view your perspective, given what you've read. It's the best way to put it, really. But yeah, thank you guys for inviting me anyways.
Okay. Absolutely. Have a good one. Shark Raid. Oh, okay. Not the same shark.
Awesome.
Hound.
What's
Hound,
up, guys?
if you're still in here, I tried to bring Hound up, but apparently he left. Dang it. I wouldn't have dropped you, buddy. I'm sorry.
What was
Hound,
the name of the last
here,
caller? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. It's your show, man.
I don't remember.
I don't remember, but he was a great caller.
He was. I even said his name. But that, yeah.
Hounds, come back up.
Takes make sure if you're over on the YouTube on Deconstruction Junction or on the Secular Perspective YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. And if you are over in the Deconstruction Junction, go over to the Secular Perspective really quick. Hit a subscribe and a thumbs up for me. That would be amazing. We are live every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, 5 p.m. Central Time to 9, and then we go to the Discord and have a little live over there where anybody that is wanting to ask us questions, that is your time. That is your time. If you are not, you need to follow Godwin. He will be coming back at some point. We'll have to work that out in the schedule, but Godwin has done wonderful tonight, and I think we will bring him back. And also follow my account, the Joyful Apostate, on TikTok. That is, I do lives over there, but not very often. I mainly just focus here on the secular perspective, and getting this team good and going. We have a lot of great hosts that haven't had a chance to be up yet. We've got Spooky coming up. We have Amelia coming up. We have, I think everybody else has been up. Yeah, but Spooky and Amelia haven't even been on here yet, but they are amazing people, and they are going to come up here and kick ass.
Looking forward to it.
We have a star-studded host team, and we have a star-studded special guest group of people that have been amazing. I appreciate all of you guys so much for all the support. You are a stud, Amelia. Hey, Jeff. But yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for the raid, guys. Thanks for raiding us.
We have about 30 minutes left, guys. If we can try to tap our hearts out and get to 90,000, 15,000 more, I will be overjoyed. I will be absolutely overjoyed. We've had, at the beginning, we were super slow, but we've been pretty good. Like, ever since, like, the first 45 minutes was over.
Peg the patriarchy.
I do want to go over for those that are new here. If you, there are people that are just coming in, please go over, join our server. We do a lot of stuff. Overjoyed Apostate. God, now I can't think. I need to not read the chat. I cannot do both. I get so sidetracked. Please join our Discord server. We have our schedule there. We have bios of each of our official hosts. We have links we have a spot where you can ask hosts questions. We have philosophy. We have nail polish channel now. We have just general chat. We have all the Bible chat. It's a good place over there. And also, if you are a paid member or super fan here on TikTok, let me know in the verification spot. And there is a members only chat and a members only kink chat if you're into that sort of thing. So hit me up if you are a member here or over there. On YouTube, if you are a paid subscriber on YouTube, that also, or member, that also will get you in to that chat. Other than that, we are waiting. Jen let's see.
That last caller was so nice. I didn't want to end with, that's great, but I think you're a demon worshiper. But he was just too nice. I think I dropped the seed.
Yeah.
But I'm following your lead. I saw the little tracks you laid out. We'll talk about it after the show and chat. We don't want to give the apologists any idea of our strategies, but I watched what you were doing. I'm like, I need to learn how to do that.
Yeah. I've been doing, like, I deconstructed and was on Justin's show. Like, when Justin had, like, these numbers, 30, 40 people, we were happy with a 60-person night. I went up on his stage, and I was, like, I don't know, half a year deconstructed, 6 months. And so, like, I jumped right into doing this.
Yeah.
Yep, Amelia remembers. Amelia was a day one as well.
Really? So this will be
Yeah,
the first
she
time
was-
you're having her on your show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And you guys known each other for a long time. That's cool. Justin was a wee babe.
Justin was a wee babe. Here at TSP, we do have a mission statement that I want to make everybody aware of. Those of you that have been in here, you're probably sick of hearing me say it, but we want everybody... hold on. God, I need to quit reading... I appreciate that, Amelia. What was I? Oh, we have a mission statement here at TSP, and I want to share it. I know those of you who have been here have already heard it. Why all the cussing, Laith? Why all the cussing? Have heard it a million times, but for people that are just now tuning in, I want to read our mission statement, and we will go over this a few times every live, just so the people that are flowing through know what we are all about here. Our community exists to uplift and support atheists and LGBTQ plus individuals by providing a welcoming space where everyone can be their authentic selves. We foster respectful conversations, mutual encouragement, and shared learning, free from judgment and discrimination. Together, we aim to build friendships, promote well-being, challenge harmful stigmas, and celebrate the diversity of the human experience. This is a place for community, empowerment, and positive connection, where every member's voice matters. That is what we are about here at TSP. Right. The kink section does make the life more fun. I think it's a decent incentive. But yeah, guys, we are having a great live. We have flowed very well this time. Over on YouTube, on our YouTube alone, we've had an amazing night with viewership overall, which we've been struggling over there a lot. So, yeah, it's a decent incentive to be able to subscribe to the channel, become a super fan, because if you're in the Discord, you get to join the Kink Talk in the Kink channel, but you've got to be a paid member to join. We do not currently have a guest. If you are a Christian and you would like to come up and talk to me and Godwin here, I am Joyful Apostate, a host of The Secular Perspective. And this is a special guest here with me tonight, Godwin, who will guest at certain times. Hey, Dalton, how are you? And yeah, so make sure you're following us. We have a lot of good people coming up. We have on the schedule. Let me pull up the schedule really quick one more time. We'll go over a little bit of that. So coming up next, we have Lathe of Heaven, and me will be host. I will be hosting, and Lathe will be my special guest. And then we're back to our official host for a while. We've got me and Tiny Smoz, Amelia and I, Lobes and Elizabeth, Redhead, for those of you that don't know. And then we have TBV and Spooky, Amelia and Tiny, Tiny and Candace. And then towards the end of the month, we have me and Justin, the Deconstruction Zone, and TBV and CBJ, which are going to be a good push for this channel, having CBJ and Justin on back-to-back. Amelia and Tiny is the 13th. The 13th. any
I'm having a
changes that need
blast.
to be made, just let me know.
I'm having a
Just let
blast.
me
I'd
know,
love to
Tiny.
come back.
Oh, absolutely. We will get you in the schedule. We are full for all of January, and I am... what shade of nail polish am I wearing? Gosh, dude, I'm sorry. I'm ADHD. I see something that catches my eye. Just really quick, I am wearing Holding Glow, and it's called Lustrous Lilac. Lustrous Lilac. But anyway, I forget what I was saying. Oh yeah, I will be rolling that out for people to start. The official host to start picking days, probably when we get to around the 15th of January, and then what days we have over, I will ask some of the people that are have guested or are wanting to guest that have been approved to fill in whatever days the official hosts do not take. So we will definitely look to get you in there, Godwin.
Awesome. I had a blast. I'm having a blast. Still have a
I
half
would
an
like
hour
to.
left.
Yeah, I would like to see you and Tiny together. I think you guys would mesh well. Very.
Yeah, Tiny's cool. I've been on a couple of things with Tiny.
I'd like to see you and Tiny on sometime. That would be
That'd be
awesome.
Yeah, I think we get along.
Godwin and Godless.
Godless who?
Yeah. Engineer. I
I love Gleason. Yeah, he's great. Godless Engineer is awesome.
John,
big fan, John. Yeah.
He's been on Pianist. Oh, Godless Pianist. That would be interesting. Do you know Godless Pianist?
No.
I
do play. I play keyboards. I'm a keyboardist.
There you go. He's pretty awesome. He's been on our show before. He co-hosted with me when it was JA Debates. But yeah, that would be good too. But I would like to get John actually messaged me and said he would like to help out with the show. So
I'd love to be on with GE. I've been a fan for him for years, but he has to promise to bring out Brocephus at least once during the show. Do you know his Brocephus act?
No.
Yeah, he puts his Christian hat on, and it's really funny.
Him and Justin did a J Debates together, where Justin hosted it, and because me and Godless Engineer were supposed to be doing it, but we had something come up. I forget what it was. I think I had to take my wife to the hospital.
Oh God, was everything all right?
She had to have surgery on her neck a while back, and it was up to that point it was bad, like horrible, like pain, and like just trying to get them to do something to help her with the painkiller surgery because she got 3 discs fused in her neck.
Better now? It's tough having them fused, but yeah.
The only problem she has is 3 of her fingers are numb. But it was like that before, and it just never came back. But there's no more pain in her neck or anything.
That's good. That's important.
Yeah, the only time she's had pain in her neck since is we played frisbee golf before it got cold. And one time when she was throwing the disc, or disc golf, when she was throwing the disc, she kind of pulled her neck a little bit, but that was it.
Oh, after the surgery, that was as close to having a problem with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it went really well. It was just a good experience, good doctor.
Modern science. I hope you said a prayer too, just in case.
Yep. Yeah, I prayed to Vishnu. He took care of all my problems for me.
He's the man.
Guys, I appreciate you all being here, all the taps, all the love over on YouTube. We do have another super chat from Science. Give me 1 second to pull that up here. Come on, computer. I thought our the little thing I made for today turned out really well.
That was fun. That was cool. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it turned out really well. It says, the Bible says God is both omniscient and omnipotent. This caller doesn't believe that. How does he decide what else to disbelieve or believe? That is a good question. I always wonder that with Christian Science. How they can nitpick and take and then skip this and just kind of grab pieces out of the Bible that they like. I never understood that. Even when I was a pastor, I didn't understand it. I've said a million times, I was a Bible realist. If the Bible said it, it was true, and you did it. You did not try to gain money. You did not try to have a nice car. You had a car that would get you to and fro, and that was it. Like, we drove junkers. We did all of those things for God. And you know what? Fuck that. That was a lot of wasted time and a lot of like financial issues now because of it. Even this being removed from it,
this far along in life, yeah,
trying to recover from like this poverty type mindset.
Save
and
not
all
for
that.
tomorrow. Save not for tomorrow, Joyful.
Don't put away what the moths can destroy, but rather put your treasures in heaven.
Live like the robin. What is it? I forget which bird it was in the Bible, but live like the robin, you know. The food's just there on the ground whenever you need it. Yep. That's not really true. They knew nothing about science and animals. Birds work pretty hard to get the food they get.
Yeah, and not all of them do get the food.
And they save for tomorrow. And squirrels save for tomorrow. And
yeah.
So I had this Bible on my shelf here. I grabbed the Bible thinking I might need a paper Bible. I'm not sure. I have, Bible Gateway at the ready on my computer here. But I saw this. I was the only one I could grab. And I flip it open. And guess what? It's a 1611 King James.
Oh, nice. Nice.
The only real Bible. Yep. The only true Bible. The pages look like they're going to just fall away if they get exposed to air. Thank you all for coming tonight, and please do all the good things, the likes, the shares. If you have any religious friends, have them call in, as long as you don't think it would be a problem in your relationships with them.
Sorry, my wife just got home from work. I had to go check in and make sure that she had everything she needed.
Cool.
But here I am. Yeah, she
tried
works.
to shill.
That's why
I tried to show while you were
live.
gone. Click and
There you go.
like and all that happy stuff. So what are you saying? Your wife?
She works evenings on Mondays. That's why I do lives on Mondays, even though Mondays suck.
It's rough for me. I wake up real early in the morning, so I'll stay for the after thing. But what I have to do is start preparing better and then sleeping really well the night before, so that I'm good.
Yeah. How early do you get up?
I get up at 5:30.
No, not me.
Well, do you make your own hours? Because I understand you do masonry.
I do and I don't. If I'm working, I do and So if I like am working on a job and me and my brother's crews are together, we'll work on it together, but on what time to start. But other than that, like I just start whenever, going to work whenever I want.
That's
to,
good.
yes.
That's good. You have all that. Well, I wouldn't call it spare time, but you can. You know what you're doing with the sites. I mean, I saw you piecing it together, and I don't know this stuff. I mean, I know technical things, but just fumbling through all this new stuff.
Yeah,
I'll learn it.
Well,
there's Google. That's Google. It's Google's for.
Yeah, and like I've had tremendous help from Lilith. Lilith has been phenomenal and getting the Discord and stuff. If I ever have a question, I try not to bother her too much, but she is basically my Google. If I'm like, hey, how do I do this? And
it's a Lilith I'm thinking of. She's great. Yeah, I know one of the Liliths.
It's the one in our Discord.
Is it the one who changed her name to be funny that time to Suck You Bussy or something like that?
Sucka Bussy.
Yeah, hilarious. Yeah. I know who you mean. Yeah, she's great.
Yeah. I love Lilith. She is amazing, and she has done so much for she's done so much for this channel. She deserves a big shout out. All the way from Finland.
Wow. That's great.
If you are a Christian, we have 15 minutes left in the show. We can have a quick conversation with you. We are looking to have genuine conversations with Christians or any God believer, really, but mainly Christians, because that's what our background is in. So if you want to come up and talk, let's talk. Otherwise, we are going to sit here and keep bantering and talking about the channel. One other thing I want to point out about the channel, guys, is the secular perspective is ran by me. Like, the admins are me, Lobes, and Sunny. So any just anything, Janet. If you want to come up here and talk to us about anything, we are the secular perspective. What we do is we talk about anything where a secular perspective is going to clash with that of a theistic or theological perspective. And we just kind of talk about our differences and why we feel our differences. We try to have calm, collected. And I know with you, Janet, it would be because you are amazing. But yeah, that's what we do on the secular perspective. But me, Lobes, and Sunny, so all the decision making and everything goes through the three of us. It's not one singular person. That's why I've removed my name from everything, and I am just another one of the hosts. Because I plan on building this as a community and not about the joyful apostate. This is about community. This is about what we can give back and all of those great things. And I love doing these kind of debates, but I also love watching them. So having a team of people to where I'm not the one always doing it, that good for me. Good to me. Deuteronomy 32. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Jay is going to focus on the nail polish Discord. I already made it while Godwin was talking to the last guest. I made the channel, and yeah. Oh, somebody's already posted in it. Holly is writing in it. But anyway, yeah. There's a lot of good things over there, guys. We can talk about nail polish. We can talk, if you're a paid member, you can talk about kinks. We have a lot going on over there. A lot of goofing around. We have... yeah, Jeff, we had, I think, 5 guests, and 4 of the 5 guests were decent conversations. One of them was definitely just a crash and burn, but RC is like that on everybody's live. Yeah, it kind of wound down here towards the end. We actually had a really decent live here until the last 40 minutes or so. Yeah, I really like nail polish as well, Holly. I do. It's one of my it's becoming one of my hobbies, is different nail paints, trying different kinds, gel and all that. Different colors. I bought the what I'm wearing tonight because it kind of matches the earrings I got. So Godwin, well, we have a few minutes left here in our show, and then we're going to go over to the... well, hold on. Oh, we have a Christian. Janet, how are you?
Hi, Joyful. How are you?
Hi, Janet.
Good. Have you
Hi.
dumped the Bible yet, Janet?
What did you say?
I said, have you dumped the Bible yet?
Well, no, I haven't. Hey, I do question it a lot,
No, I know.
but haven't
I know, I
dumped
was just-
it. But
Yeah. How are you? Have you been doing okay? I haven't seen you around a whole lot.
it kind of got overwhelming, and just with the end of the year and holidays and family, I just got overwhelmed. And so I kind of stepped away for a while, and I'm just now kind of dipping my feet back in, and you're a safe person to talk to. So I thought I'd hop up for a minute at the end of your show, and, we can banter about something if you want.
What topic would you like to talk to me and my friend Godwin about?
I don't know, but I do have to say I really like your new name. I love that, the secular perspective. I like that.
I'm trying to go a lot less of the aggressive, angry atheist approach that I could have with people. I think these conversations are important, even if it isn't deconverting people. We still talk about important issues that are problematic in a lot of Christians.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, because I think if you're not going to deconvert, then we have to do our best to deconstruct the toxicity. If we are going to remain Christians, then at least deconstruct some of the trash as much as we can and not cause so much harm. I still believe in all that, but I have deconstructed away from a lot of the toxicity, and that's at least a step in the right direction, I think.
That'll hold me over until we get rid of it altogether for a little
gotcha.
while.
Yeah, I gotcha.
We'll get you there, Janet, one of these days.
Well, hey, I question a lot. There's a lot to question. It's a real struggle.
Yeah, and I think that I don't know how to put this. I think there is a time and place for faith if, like you said, it is for your own personal benefit and it's not pushed on other people. Yes. It's not harmful to society, things like that. I think that it's okay for you to have faith if it's just for you. I don't see the issue with that. Yeah. But the problem is everybody wants to make it for everybody else.
Well, and I agree with you totally. Just within my own family, one of my daughters is, I would say she's pretty much an atheist. Another one, agnostic. I've got, my son-in-law is Hindu, and we coexist. I don't feel the need to push my stuff on them. And I was not raised that way. I was raised like most of us were, that it's our job to push that on other people. I just don't believe that anymore.
You know, there are even religions that don't have that baked in. Yes, Christianity has that baked in, where you're supposed to push it on people. It's the right thing to do. But even with Zoroastrians and Sikhs, you know, these people sort of keep to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, though, there is this division of we're different from other people that might seep in. Like, nothing happens in a vacuum. So it might even seep into their social interactions at school. So there's always this taint to it.
An overlap. Yeah.
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 We'll save the tank top for the King Talk afterwards, though.
Yeah.
But, you know, I appreciate that you're trying to coexist, because I think that's ultimately, you know, better for society.
I think it's
yeah, and Joyful knows, like, just being a part of the debate community has really changed me in that I grew up with I always thought that atheists were basically these horrible, devil-worshipping, scary people. And what I have found instead is that they are some of the most gracious, loving, just completely opposite. And usually everything I was taught that we were as Christians, I see displayed more in a lot of the atheists that I know than in the Christians that I know, which is really difficult to process, but it's very true.
Well put. I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sad to admit that as a Christian. It's for me, but it's true.
I think that's important, even in that aspect, Janet, for you, since you are holding on to it for yourself, to just, it's yours. It's not the rest of the Christians. It's yours. You don't have to.
Yes. Yeah, it's just mine. It's my personal belief for many, many reasons, you know, just a lot of things that are baked into me. And it just has nothing to do with anybody else. I mean, to each their own, you know what I mean?
You do you, Janet. No, that's good.
Exactly. So it really doesn't make for good debate sometimes, because some people that like to argue, but I do like when I get on these things and, you know, sometimes people can get to where they really challenge me. And I like to think about that, because then I have to go away and really sit with a lot of difficult questions. You know, I really like that, actually.
Can I ask you one quick question, because we do end in 5 minutes?
Yep.
All right. I had this question for somebody earlier, and I just want to know how you would answer it. So God is perfect. So before anything was created, it was perfect, correct?
Well, I'm going to have to say, I guess I would assume that. I really don't know that. I mean, I could assume it. I really don't. How would I even really know that, to be honest?
Well, what I'm saying is, if you follow that God is perfect, then God is the only thing that exists.
Then that would be a decent assumption, yeah.
Then if God being alone was perfect, that would mean he would have desired to create something imperfect. And why, like, that doesn't make sense from a perfect being for me.
It doesn't make any sense. Sometimes you ask me these things, like I have to really sit and think about it before just, spouting something out.
Absolutely.
Why did he do it?
I was saying.
Yeah, because people at church, I was always told that basically what I was told was, well, God wanted somebody to choose to love him. And so he made people, gave them free will so that they could choose to love him because he wanted to be loved. That's what I was told of why he made people. But if God's perfect love, does he really need me to love him? Does he need that from me? I don't know. It's weird.
That and apparently the angels had that same free choice, or Satan couldn't, or Lucifer couldn't have fell.
Yeah, and they were worshiping him. So that really, I think people just kind of made that up. I think a lot of times Christians just make things up to fill in gaps. And then everybody just kind of takes it on and just doesn't really think about it. We just accept it and go, oh, yeah, that sounds good.
Absolutely. Well, Janet, we are ending. Thank you for coming up. Come up next time, and I will be the host next time, too, with Lathe. Come up again and think about what I asked.
Okay.
Come up again, and I'd like to hear your ideas on it.
Okay. It was so nice to talk to you.
It is always nice to talk to you, Janet.
Okay. Talk to y'all later.
Take care, Janet.
Yep, have a great night.
You too. Bye.
Nice to meet you.
You too.
Guys, I am the Joyful Apostate. I was the host here tonight. I'm an official host of The Secular Perspective, along with 7 other wonderful human beings. Godwin here was a special guest tonight. Make sure to follow Godwin. He will be back at some point.
Thank you.
When we have an opening in the schedule. We will have Godwin back. He did amazing, and we appreciate him very much. Godwin, I'm going to give you the last minute or so here to just say whatever you want, and then we'll end.
Epistemology. Build your epistemological toolbox. These tools help you to discover what is true and weed out things that are not true. So I just beg everybody to study epistemology, your logical fallacies, epistemological tools, Hitchens' razor, all the good stuff, and keep an open mind. Allow yourself to think. Be a free thinker, and be nice to others.
Absolutely. Well, Godwin, thank you again. We are going to go to the after party in the Discord. If you're not part of the Discord, get involved in our Discord. After every live, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, we will be having a live inside the Discord for friendlies to ask the host questions, hang out, and we'll just chat about the discussions we had, things like that. Love y'all, and we almost got to 90,000. If we can get that 0.3 in the next minute, that would be amazing. Get us to 90,000. That is the most likes we have gotten since we became the Secular Perspective. Thank you so much. We can talk next time. We will be live again Thursday. We will be live again Thursday. Oh, we got it. See you guys. See you over at the Discord. We will be live again Thursday. We will be live again Thursday. Oh, we got it. See you guys. See you over at the Discord.